Chapter 219. A white dragon roared and pounced at the youth with a crooked mouth. Clang! With a sword hum, the crooked-mouthed youth's sword chi was extremely sharp. He slashed out with his sword and directly cut off the white dragon's head. Bai Chi's expression changed as he continued to attack with his palms. White snake dragon palm, 10 dragons in one palm. 10 dragons danced in the air. Sword roaring in the heavens. The youth with a crooked mouth swung his sword and his sword chi collided with the white dragon. Boom! Boom! After 10 consecutive explosions, the white dragons were defeated one by one. Kill! The youth with a crooked mouth swung his sword and a dazzling sword chi slashed at Bai Chi, white snake dragon palm, double palm power. Bai Chi roared as he swung his palms again. Roar! The white dragon roared and formed 20 white dragons that pounced at the youth with a crooked mouth. After a period of hard work, Bai Chi's martial arts had improved and he could form 20 white dragons. He wanted to take revenge on Myungchang and Lu Ming, but now he was forced to use it. Is this your limit? How disappointing. The youth with a crooked mouth roared as he merged with his sword and soared into the sky. The white dragons were defeated wherever the sword chi passed. Bai Chi screamed as his body was thrown back and fell to the ground heavily, coughing up blood. Swoosh! The youth with a crooked mouth moved and landed on the observer pillar where Bai Chi was. From now on, this observer pillar belongs to the Shifang sword sect. The youth with a crooked mouth laughed. Damn it, get down! The royal disciple from before roared. Hey, hey, hey! Give up your realm seeker pillar then. At this time, another disciple from the Shifang sword sect rushed out and pounced on the royal disciple. Boom! Boom! The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. This royal disciple was stronger than Bai Chi, but the Shifang sword sect disciple was also very terrifying. In just a dozen moves, the royal disciple was sent flying while vomiting blood. Another observer pillar was taken by the Shifang sword sect. How can they be so strong? Is this the prodigy of the Shifang sword sect? The people from the Star General Hall thought in despair. The prodigies on the observer pillar from the Shifang sword sect had not made a move yet. Just a few prodigies with unknown rankings had defeated 2 of the top 10 prodigies from the outer Shifang sword sect. And it was a one-sided battle. This shocked the people from the Star General Hall and their morale. The difference was too great. If he entered the Blood Ant Mystic Realm, how would he be able to fight against the other party? And the Star General Hall's prodigy. What top 10 masters? They're all trash. I think I'll sweep them all away. That crooked-mouthed young man was incomparably arrogant. He disdainfully swept his gaze over the other 8 of the 10 great experts of the Star General Hall. The 8 prodigies faces his mouth. Young the Shifang sword sect. Even if they had the confidence to defeat the crooked-mouthed youth, they were afraid that the Shifang sword sect would send someone stronger. That would be troublesome. Shifang sword sects. It's Shifang sword sect. He had just joined the Star General Hall and did not have much of a sense of belonging. No matter how much the Shifang sword sect despised the Star General Hall, he had no interest in making a move. His main purpose here was to obtain the blood ant egg and exchange it for the blood refinement pill. He did not want to get into trouble for no reason. Don't be arrogant. I have someone in the Star General Hall who can defeat all of you. At the side, Bai Chi suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned and looked at Bai Chi. They did not understand why Bai Chi suddenly became so aggressive and dared to talk to the Shifang sword sect like that. Kid, are you looking for trouble? The Shifang sword sect looked at Bai Chi. Bai Chi gritted his teeth and said, I'm telling the truth. No matter how strong the Shifang sword sect is, you can't defeat this person. Who are you talking about? Tell him to come out. The Shifang sword sect's disciple shouted. It's him. Bai Chi suddenly pointed at Lu Ming. Swoosh. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lu Ming. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. This Bai Qi actually wanted to use someone else to kill him. He deserved to die. It's him. His name is Tianyun and he's a peerless genius of the Star General Hall. He'll definitely kill you within 10 moves. Bai Qi shouted at the Shifang sword sect. Kill me within 10 moves? Ridiculous. I think you're crazy. Well, open your eyes and watch carefully. Let's see how he'll kill me within 10 moves. The Shifang sword sect sneered and then looked at Lu Ming. He pointed his sword at him and said, "Kid, come out and fight me." The corners of Bai Qi's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes flashed with complacency. He secretly admired himself for dragging Lu Ming into the water with just a few words. Let's see how you'll die against the Shifang sword sect. Bai Qi sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he slowly got up. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. Idiot. This was the first sentence that Lu Ming said to the crooked-mouthed youth. What? What did you say? The crooked youth thought that he had misheard. Idiot, that idiot is obviously using you to deal with me. How can you see through such an obvious thing? If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Lu Ming scolded as if he was scolding a child. The crooked-mouthed youth's face suddenly turned ashen. His crooked mouth became even more crooked with anger. He roared, "You're courting death, brat. Bastard, you're dead. I don't care what the reason is. You're dead because of what you said. That idiot was right about one thing. I only need 10 moves, no, 3 moves to kill you." Lu Ming said coldly. Not far away, Bai Qi was gnashing his teeth. Lu Ming called him an idiot left and right so smoothly that he almost vomited blood. Humph, Tianyun, you dare to be so arrogant in front of the Shifang sword sect. Let's see how you'll die. Bai Qi roared in his heart. Kill. The crooked-mouthed youth roared and his killing intent exploded. He couldn't bear it anymore and charged towards Lu Ming. Sword whirled. The crooked-mouthed youth used a killer move right away. The dazzling sword qi slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand and swept it out. Boom! As the spear swept out, the space trembled violently. The air was suddenly blown apart, making a terrifying sound. Because the spear was too fast, the friction with the air brought about blazing flames. Before the spear arrived, the terrifying explosive force had already blown apart the crooked-mouthed youth's sword qi. How could this be? The crooked-mouthed youth's pupils shrank rapidly, revealing a look of horror. His body frantically retreated, and at the same time, his battle sword spun rapidly, displaying a defensive sword technique. At this moment, the faces of the Shifang sword sect geniuses who were standing on the hopper pillars changed. What a powerful force! Someone whispered. I didn't expect that there would be a decent genius in the Star General Hall. Yang Zitian's eyes revealed a hint of interest, but it was only a hint. Dong! Lu Ming's spear fiercely whipped the sword circle formed by the crooked-mouthed youth. In an instant, there was an ear-piercing and unpleasant roar. Chapter 220. Tianyun is going to win. Someone in the Star General Hall shouted excitedly. Everyone did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. With just one move, he sent the youth with a crooked mouth flying in a domineering manner, causing him to vomit blood. Second move. A cold voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming did not stop attacking and the second spear shot out violently. Rumble. The long spear shot out, and the space shook violently. The power of this spear was even stronger than the previous one. The crooked young man was horrified. He roared and unleashed all his strength to use that defensive martial technique. The battle sword spun, and sword circles appeared one after another in front of the crooked young man. Block it. The crooked young man's eyes were red as he roared. Dong! However, the long spear swept out, and all the sword circles collapsed instantly. The long spear directly hit the crooked young man's battle sword. A terrifying force burst out, and the crooked young man's battle sword exploded with a bang. The crooked young man screamed as his bones cracked. No one knew how many of them were broken. Third move. I'll kill you. The cold voice said again. No. The crooked young man yelled. How dare you? Stop. A young man on one of the observation pillars of the Decimo sword sect shouted. However, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop. It turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the crooked young man's heart. With a thud, it was nailed to the ground. You dare to kill me? The crooked young man roared in disbelief. I said that I'll kill you in 3 moves. There won't be a 4th move. Lu Ming said coldly. The crooked young man's eyes were filled with fear. He let out a roar of disbelief and stopped breathing. Junior brother. How dare you kill a genius of the Decimo sword sect? You're courting death. I'll tear you to pieces. The disciples of the Decimo sword sect shouted with killing intent in their eyes. Attack. First, cripple his cultivation. Then, I want to break all the bones in his body and hang him at the entrance of the Star General Hall. Let everyone know the consequences of offending my 10 Directions sword faction. It was still the same young man on the observer pillar. This young man had a head of long green hair and was incomparably demonic. At this moment, he stared coldly at Lu Ming and spoke. Of course, the other geniuses on the observer pillar were also glaring coldly at Lu Ming. They just didn't say anything. Clang. Clang. As soon as the green-haired young man's voice faded, at least 20 disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect unsheathed their swords around Lu Ming. Streaks of sword chi flashed out. Kill. More than 20 disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction attacked together. More than 20 violent sword chi instantly submerged Lu Ming. Moon seizing. The long spear swept out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. More than 20 sword chi were instantly destroyed. Get lost. Lu Ming roared. Like a peerless demon god, he charged forward with his spear in hand. Boom. Boom. More than 20 explosions sounded in succession. More than 20 disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction were sent flying and coughing up blood. Everyone present was shocked. Too strong. Lu Ming was too strong. It was simply a crushing. The opponents couldn't resist at all. More than 20 people were as weak as babies in front of Lu Ming. How can there be such an expert in the Star General Hall? Many of the disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction roared in their hearts. Even Yang Zitian's eyes had a trace of seriousness. Swish. Lu Ming took a step forward and directly appeared above the green-haired young man's head, looking down at him. Get lost. Lu Ming's long spear struck down violently. It was very direct and domineering. You're courting death. The green-haired young man shouted coldly. A green battle sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, a substantial green bear pounced at Lu Ming with a roar. The green bear's palms were the size of a table. It continuously slapped at Lu Ming. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The green bear directly collapsed and the long spear continued to smash down. How can this be? The green-haired young man's eyes flashed with disbelief. He was a top genius and famous in the 10 Directions sword faction. Some of the other disciples couldn't compare to him. The fact that he was qualified to occupy a prospect pillar was enough to explain everything. Initially, he thought that no matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he would be able to put up a fight. However, once they exchanged blows, he realized that he was wrong. He was no match for him at all. He was directly sent flying by the surging power. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear directly blasted the prospect pillar. In an instant, the pillar was smashed into pieces. Silence. At this moment, the scene suddenly quieted down. The space seemed to have frozen at this moment. After a while, there was a shocking roar. How dare you? How dare you destroy the aspiration pillar of my 10 Directions sword sect? You're dead. Kill, we must kill him. Burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Almost all the disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction roared. Although the prospect pillar was useless, it represented the face of the 10 Directions sword faction. Lu Ming destroying the prospect pillar was equivalent to slapping the faces of all the disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction in public. How could they not be angry? Even Yang Zitian and a few other youths from the Shifang sword sect, who had been very calm, looked at Lu Ming with a sullen expression. Boom! Boom! 5 or 6 powerful auras pressed down on Lu Ming in succession. Force. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. These 5 or 6 young men had actually comprehended force. The 10 Directions sword faction was indeed full of geniuses. There were actually 5 or 6 people below the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm who had comprehended force. Those who could comprehend force in the martial grandmaster realm were few and far between. However, even those who comprehended force in the martial grandmaster realm were no small matter. They were definitely rare geniuses. God, there are so many people in the 10 Directions sword faction who have comprehended force. Tianyun is finished. No matter how strong he is no match for these monsters. Someone in the Star General Hall shouted. Boom! The 6 geniuses of the 10 Directions sword faction who had comprehended force all pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He was about to unleash his force to resist. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. In the sky, a red-haired old man flew over quickly, emitting a terrifying aura. The force of the 6 young geniuses of the 10 Directions sword faction was blocked. Old red monster, what are you doing? Do you want to attack the disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction? Let me exchange a few moves with you. Following closely behind, Akira no Ji also arrived at the scene. Akira no Ji looked around. When he saw the observer pillar that had been shattered, his expression changed drastically. He shouted gloomily, "Who is it? Who broke the observer pillar?" "Elder, it's that kid. He also killed junior brother Tiger." A disciple of the 10 Directions sword faction pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. "Kid, how dare you break the observer pillar of the 10 Directions sword faction? You even killed the elites of the 10 Directions sword faction. You're courting death." Akira no Ji roared and slapped at Lu Ming. The powerful strength of the martial grandmaster realm was displayed. His palm was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! The red-haired old man also moved. He punched out and blocked Akira no Ji's palm force. "Old red monster, do you want to fight?" Akira no Ji roared. "Qiu Wuji, your 10 Directions sword sect has also killed a disciple of my Astral General Hall, so we're even now. As for shattering the observer pillar, you can't blame anyone for this." Chapter 221. How can the lives of the Star General Hall be compared to the lives of the Decimo sword faction? Get lost. Akira no Ji roared. Akira no Ji, don't go overboard. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Let's fight. The red-haired old man roared like a mad lion. Akira no Ji's face darkened. If it was someone else, they might be afraid of the Decimo sword faction, but this red-haired old man was like a wild beast. He was a lawless master who feared no one when he went mad. This was also the reason why the royal family sent the red-haired old man to lead the team. Akira no Ji, if you want to fight, then fight. Otherwise, you'll miss the opportunity to enter the Blood Ant's secret realm. The red-haired old man said again. Good, very good. Old Red, what's the use of you protecting this kid now? Disciples of the Decimo sword faction, listen up. This time, I'll give you a new mission. In the Blood Ant's secret realm, kill this person with all your might. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded. Akira no Ji pointed at Lu Ming. Alright, Elder, don't worry. I'll kill this person with my own hands. This kid's life is mine. Instantly, all the disciples of the Decimo sword faction looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Also, this time, if you encounter anyone from the Star General Hall, kill them without mercy. Don't hold back. If he dares to kill someone from the Star General Hall, not only will he die, the others will die too. Akira no Ji instructed again. Elder, don't worry. This time, the people from the Star General Hall won't be able to leave. The disciples of the Decimo sword faction said one after another. At this time, all the disciples of the Star General Hall had ugly expressions. Damn it, Tianyun, it's all Tianyun's fault. He's the one who caused this trouble. Why should we take the blame? Suddenly, a scream was heard. Lu Ming looked over and saw that it was Bai Qi again. That's right, this is all because of Tianyun. It's all his fault. We originally had a way out with the Decimo sword faction and could have reconciled. It's all his fault. He's pushing all of us into the fire pit. On the observer pillar, a green-robed youth also roared. This person was originally Bai Qi's good friend, so he naturally stood on Bai Qi's side. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the Star General Hall looked at Lu Ming in a different light. They felt that what Bai Qi and the green-robed youth said made sense. How about this? Let's enter the Blood Ant Mystic Realm and work together to capture Tianyun. We'll hand him over to the Decimo sword sect and reconcile with them. What do you think? Bai Qi shouted. Nonsense. Bai Qi, what the fuck are you talking about? Myungchang couldn't help but cry out. He was so angry that his chest was swelling with pain. Bai Qi and the green-robed youth were too shameless. Who was the one who was humiliated by the 10 Directions Sword School just now? The entire Star General Hall was suppressed to the point that they could not raise their heads. If not for Lu Ming's intervention, the Star Hall would have lost a lot of face today. Now, they were actually making a false countercharge and blaming everything on Lu Ming. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? I'm not talking nonsense. That's the truth. If not for Tianyun, would things have turned out this way? Bai Qi clamored. Shut up. At this moment, the red-haired elder reprimanded and looked coldly at Bai Qi. What are you afraid of? At most, we'll fight. Tianyun is not wrong. Elder, the blood ant egg is more important. Bai Qi shouted. Ha ha ha, Bai Qi is right. If that's the case, we can consider showing mercy. Someone from the Decimo sword sect laughed. The others also looked at the people from the Star General Hall with a mocking look. It was ridiculous that there was already an internal conflict before they even set off. Bai Qi. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly. His voice was calm and indifferent, and no emotions could be heard. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Bai Qi, everything you've done today has already determined your fate. I will kill you in the Blood Ant's secret realm. If I don't kill you, I, Tianyun, will cripple my own cultivation. His voice wasn't loud, but it was incomparably cold. There was a terrifying killing intent and determination to kill Bai Qi. Bai Qi's face turned pale in an instant, and a chill ran down his spine. Elder, look. We're both from the Star General Hall, but Tianyun actually threatened to kill me. How can such a vicious person stay in the Star General Hall? I suggest that we expel him from the Star General Hall and disqualify him from participating in the Blood Ant's secret realm. Bai Qi looked at the red-haired elder and shouted. He was scared to death. Shut up. I don't care about what happens in the Blood Ant's secret realm. You can settle it yourselves. The red-haired elder reprimanded, clearly unhappy with Bai Qi's actions. And all of you. Lu Ming pointed his long spear at the people of the Decimo sword sect. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura was like that of a demon. All of you from the Decimo sword sect want to kill me. Fine, I, Tianyun, will take it. Let's see who will kill who then. Let's see who will kill who. The 4 short words swept out like a storm, shaking everyone's heart. Everyone was shocked. Such strong confidence, such strong boldness. Did these words mean that he wanted to fight an entire sect alone? Good, that's how a martial artist should be. The red-haired elder roared, his eyes shining. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he felt that he liked him. Arrogant, ignorant. Just because you have some battle strength, you can't tell the difference. There are many people from the Decimo Sword sect who can kill him. Kill, we must kill him when we reach the Blood Ant's secret realm. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect roared, their eyes filled with fear and hostility. Clang! A loud sword sound resounded, and a sword chi soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was Yang Zaiqian. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like stars. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "He's my prey. If I meet him, I'll kill him." As soon as these words came out, the people of the Decimo Sword sect were shocked. Yang Zaiqian wants to kill him. He's dead for sure. There's no chance for him to live. It's rare that he caught the attention of senior brother Yang Zaiqian. It's his honor. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect sneered. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer as he glared at Yang Zaiqian. They were at each other's throats. You don't know what's good for you. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect sneered. Okay, let's go. The red-haired elder suddenly roared and led the way into the depths of the barren mountain. Let's go too. Xiao Wuji said coldly as he led the people of the Decimo Sword sect to follow. The group ran for a few thousand meters before stopping at a pile of rocks. However, there were inscriptions carved on these rocks. Old Monster read, "Let's begin." Xiao Wuji looked at the red-haired elder. The red-haired elder nodded and walked to one side of the rocks with the other elders. Xiao Wuji led the elders of the Decimo Sword sect to the other side of the rocks. Both sides shouted at the same time and waved their hands. Streams of true chi surged out and poured into the rocks. Wang! The inscriptions glowed, and then a door of light condensed in the rocks. This was the entrance to the Blood Ant's secret realm. Go in. Over at the Star General Hall, there were people impatiently rushing towards the door of light. Once they entered the door of light, they disappeared. We have 10 days to enter this time. What's the use of being so impatient? Chapter 222. Then, most of the Shifang Sword sect disciples looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent before rushing into the light gate. Brother Tianyun, you must be careful. Myeongchang warned with a solemn expression. Brother Ming, don't worry. I'm not afraid of anyone below the 7th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was very confident. During this period of time, he had been training hard in the Divine Wind Valley and gained a lot. His combat strength had greatly increased, so he was naturally confident. I believe in Brother Tianyun. Those people from the Shifang Sword sect won't be able to do anything to you. Myeongchang said. The scene of him sparring with Lu Ming a month ago was still vivid in his mind. Let's go in. Myeongchang said. Lu Ming nodded and rushed into the light gate with Myeongchang. When the disciples from both sides rushed into the light gate, the red-haired old man pondered for a while and whispered a few words to an old man beside him. The old man nodded and turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the sky. Akira no Ji's eyes flashed and he also said a few words to an elder of the Shifang Sword sect. That elder also turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. On the other side, the sky and earth spun. Then, Lu Ming felt his body falling. Around him, there was a burst of moist air. Lu Ming took a closer look and smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was in the air and below him was a large river that flowed endlessly. The river was at least 100 meters wide and the river water was turbulent. No one knew where it flowed to. Lu Ming was falling toward the river. High air step. Lu Ming took a deep breath and stepped on the void. His body became as light as a feather as he slowly descended. Splash. Suddenly, the river water below surged and a blood-red ant rushed out of the river. It waved its sharp claws and clawed at Lu Ming. This blood-red ant was very large. It was the size of a puppy. Compared to other ants, it was many times larger. Blood ant. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, a long spear condensed and stabbed forward. Poochie. The long spear pierced through the blood ant's mouth, and the blood ant's head exploded. He sucked in the true chi in his palm and grabbed the blood ant's corpse. Blood ant egg. Lu Ming found a blood-red ball the size of a longan in the abdomen of the blood ant. The round ball emitted a dense blood aura. It was their target this time, the blood ant egg. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's Jin Qi was like a knife as he took the blood ant egg into his hand. Then, he stepped on the river with the tip of his foot. His body floated forward and landed on the riverside. I didn't expect there to be blood ants in the river. Lu Ming smiled. This blood ant is equivalent to a first-level martial master. It is a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast. It is said that a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast's blood ant will condense one blood ant egg in its abdomen. A Class 2 LV3 blood ant will condense 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. A Class 3 LV3 blood ant will condense 4 blood ant eggs. The higher the rank, the higher the number. The blood ant eggs condensed by the blood ant will be twice as many as the previous rank. I have to find a higher-ranked blood ant to quickly obtain the blood ant eggs. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he followed the river to see if he could find any blood ants. Splash. Soon, a blood ant emerged from the river and pounced on Lu Ming. This blood ant was bigger than the previous one. There were 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. A Class 2 LV3 blood ant. Lu Ming was delighted. He stabbed out with his spear and killed the blood ant. With this, Lu Ming had 3 blood ant eggs. My luck is not bad. I have just entered and I have already obtained 3 blood ant eggs. If I get 3 more, I can exchange them for a blood refining pill. Thinking of the blood refining pill, Lu Ming was full of motivation. He continued to walk along the river. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a mound beside the river. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he rushed toward the mound. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw the mound. There was a cave in the mound and a few blood ants were going in and out. Could it be an ant nest? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was about to rush out. Not far away, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. 7 figures were rushing toward him. Ant nest, it's an ant nest. Huh, we are so lucky. We just entered and we already found an ant nest. A loud laugh was heard. People from the Shifang sword sect. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Tianyun. The 7 disciples of the Shifang sword sect also saw Lu Ming and their faces changed slightly. Good, we are so lucky. Not only did we find an ant nest, but we also met Tianyun. As long as we kill him, Elder Qiu Wuji will reward us handsomely. The eyes of the 7 youths lit up. Lucky? The sneer at the corners of Lu Ming's lips deepened. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of the 7 young men flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. 6th level martial master. The 7 of them were all in the 6th level martial master realm. 4 of them were at the peak of the 6th level martial master realm. Tianyun, it's your bad luck to meet the 7 swords of the He clan. Today is the day you die. One of the oldest youths sneered. Although Lu Ming had shown great strength before, they were not afraid and were confident that they could kill Lu Ming. In the Shifang sword sect, they were famous geniuses. The 7 of them were from the same clan and were known as the 7 swords of the He clan. They were good at joint attacks. When the 7 of them worked together, not many in the 6th level martial master realm could defeat them. In the Shifang sword sect, other than the 6 geniuses who had comprehended force, no other 6th level martial master was a match for the 7 of them. Therefore, they were confident. Shifang sword sect, this time, I'll start with you guys. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You are still so arrogant when you are about to die. Brothers, send him on his way. Clang clang, 7 sounds of swords could be heard. 7 people and 7 long swords set up an impenetrable sword net and charged toward Lu Ming. Landslide. The long spear swept out and collided with the sword net. Dong. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that when the long spear collided with the sword net, the strong power of the long spear disappeared without a trace. It barely repelled the sword net, but it did not disperse. What a wonderful joint attack. Lu Ming's heart moved. In the last month in the Divine Wind Valley, Lu Ming's cultivation naturally broke through to the 5th level Martial Master realm. Given the thickness of Lu Ming's vital energy and his cultivation level as a 5th level Martial Master, the power of a casual spear sweep was extremely terrifying. An ordinary martial artist at the 7th level Martial Master realm would be whipped to death by the spear. Even an 8th level Martial Master warrior would be seriously injured. However, it was blocked by the He clan's 7 swords. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, your attack is useless against us. Die. One of the He clan's 7 swords laughed. Chi chi, the sword auras flashed and densely packed sword auras charged toward Lu Ming. Again. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his true chi increased by 2 points. Boom. This spear was stronger than the previous one. When it hit the sword net, it made the sword net tremble violently. What's going on? How can he have such a strong power? Is this still the power of someone below the 7th level Martial Master realm? The He clan's 7 swords were shocked. Attack with all your strength and kill him. Kill. The 7 people's bloodline erupted. All of them had 5th level bloodline. The eruption of their bloodline greatly increased their battle strength. Go to hell. The He clan's 7 swords roared. Really? You are the ones who will die. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom. Lu Ming's body erupted with a fiery aura like a volcano. Chapter 223. The power of fire erupted and the aura soared into the sky. It was extremely hot. The He clan's 7 swords' faces changed greatly. Power, this is power, the power of fire. What a terrifying power of fire. What level of fire is this? It's too terrifying. Not good. The He clan's 7 swords roared one after another, their faces full of horror. Boom. Lu Ming held a long spear in his hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind like a fire god. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly yelled, and a terrifying spear gleam burst forth. The sword net set up by the He clan's 7 swords collapsed in an instant like paper. Not good, retreat. One of the He clan's 7 swords roared. Retreat? You want to retreat now? It's too late. A cold voice came out from Lu Ming's mouth. Chi chi, then, several spear lights shot out. A few screams sounded. 4 of the He clan's 7 swords were pierced by Lu Ming's spear light. Run, run. The remaining 3 of the He clan's 7 swords were scared out of their wits and desperately ran away. The 3 of them scattered and fled. However, Lu Ming stepped on the void and seemed to be traveling in the air. He caught up with one person in an instant. Ah, I'll fight it out with you. The young man roared and charged toward Lu Ming with all his might. However, facing Lu Ming who used the power of fire, he was too weak and was directly killed by the spear. Then, he chased after the other 2. Tianyun, you will die a horrible death. My Shifang sword sect will not let you go. You will die without a burial place. In the end, there was no suspense. The remaining 2 were killed by Lu Ming one by one, leaving only desperate roars. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. His figure flashed and devoured all the blood essence of the 7 people. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Martial Master realm. The blood essence of a 6th level Martial Master realm martial artist was of limited help to him. It did not take long for him to completely refine it. Lu Ming's cultivation had only improved slightly. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming charged towards the ant nest. Chi chi, Suddenly, a few blood ants pounced on Lu Ming, but they were easily killed by Lu Ming and the eggs were taken away. However, more blood ants crawled out of the nest. There were more than a dozen of them. There were a few of them second level of the third level. Instead of being shocked, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He charged toward the blood ants. Before long, Lu Ming had 20 blood ant eggs in his hands. In addition to the previous blood ant eggs, the blood ant eggs in Lu Ming's hands could be exchanged for 4 blood refinement pills. Lu Ming was very excited. He charged into the ant nest. However, the number of blood ants in this ant nest was not as many as expected. There were only slightly more than 50 blood ants. 2 hours later, Lu Ming killed all of them. Huh, my luck is not bad. Lu Ming laughed. He left the ant nest and continued his search. This small plane was very large. It was even larger than the small plane left behind by the Dongi ancestors that Lu Ming had entered before. Lu Ming searched 100 miles, but he felt that he had only occupied a small corner of this small plane. He did not even encounter many other people. Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out in the next 2 days. He did not even encounter many blood ants, let alone ant nests. In 2 days, he had only obtained 18 eggs. It is said that the depths of this small plane is the nest of the blood ants. There is a mother ant inside. It is said that there are a large number of blood ant eggs, all of which were shed by the blood ants. However, that place is very dangerous. Many experts die there every time. If I don't get much in the next few days, I will go to the nest of the blood ants. Lu Ming thought to himself as he continued to search for blood ants. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he stopped. He smelled a fragrance. It was the fragrance of spiritual herbs. There are spiritual herbs nearby? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed with a fiery light. The blood ant arcane realm was a small plane that had just been born. Although it was not very stable, it was very easy to nurture rare treasures. It was like the birth of heaven and earth. It was the easiest place to nurture treasures. Once a spiritual herb was nurtured in such an environment, it would definitely not be an ordinary item. Lu Ming's nose twitched. He memorized it, found the right direction, and sped off. Soon, he saw a few figures in front of him. They were also heading in that direction. Lu Ming recognized them at a glance. They were from the Decimo Sword sect. It seems that this spiritual herb is not to be underestimated. It has attracted many people. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he sped forward. A wide lake appeared in front of him. The lake was very large. It was at least 1,000 meters wide. The lake water was as clear as a mirror. At this moment, there were no less than 50 people around the lake. Lu Ming was slightly surprised that there were so many people here. Then, Lu Ming looked at the lake. There was a spiritual herb in the middle of the lake. It was a jade-green spiritual herb with 9 leaves. The leaves were crystal clear, as if they were polished from green jade. There was a spiritual fruit in the middle of the 9 leaves. The spiritual fruit looked like a dragon. It was vivid and lifelike. Spiritual dragon fruit. This is the spiritual dragon fruit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes shone with a strong light. The spiritual dragon fruit was an extremely rare spiritual herb. It was rare in the world. Legend had it that if a martial grandmaster martial artist swallowed it, his cultivation would definitely break through to the next level. Even if a martial ancestor martial artist swallowed it, there was a high chance of breaking through to the next level. The medicinal effect was extremely shocking. But to Lu Ming, this was not the most attractive thing. What attracted Lu Ming the most was the help the spiritual dragon fruit provided to the true dragon battling technique. Now, Lu Ming's true dragon battling technique had been cultivated to the 3rd level for a long time. But to cultivate to the 4th level, he would need 6 precious materials. However, nothing was set in stone. It did not mean that he had to have these 6 materials. There were some very precious natural treasures that could replace 6. The spiritual dragon fruit was such a rare treasure. A single spiritual dragon fruit could help Lu Ming cultivate to the 4th level of the true dragon battling technique. How could Lu Ming not be tempted? Once he cultivated to the 4th level, Lu Ming's true qi would be 5 times stronger than ordinary true qi. Lu Ming's battle strength would definitely increase exponentially. I must get the spiritual dragon fruit. Lu Ming thought to himself. He looked at the spiritual dragon fruit carefully. At this moment, there was a faint layer of light on the spiritual dragon fruit. In the light, he could vaguely see a small dragon dancing. An extremely rich medicinal fragrance was constantly emitted, stirring one's nerves. Obviously, the spiritual dragon fruit was not fully ripe, but it was close to being fully ripe. This was also the reason why so many people had gathered here, but no one had made a move yet. The spiritual dragon fruit was not fully ripe. If it was plucked, its medicinal effect would be greatly reduced. It would not even have 1/10 of the medicinal effect of a fully ripe fruit. It would not be able to break through at all. Tianyun, it's you. Chapter 224. A cold shout came from nearby as a few youths from the Decimo sword sect noticed him. The voice shook the entire place. More than 50 youths turned their heads and looked at Lu Ming. It's really Tianyun. There are so many of us here and he still dares to appear? He's courting death. Let's join forces and kill him. The disciples of the Decimo sword sect looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Lu Ming scanned the area. He was well aware of the situation. There were more than 30 youths from the Decimo sword sect here. There were also nearly 20 youths from the Star General Hall, including 3 of the top 10 outer hall experts. Tianyun, he's mine. A sinister voice came from the Decimo sword sect. A young man in a blue robe strode out and looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Senior brother Shui Hen. Is senior brother Shui Hen going to take action personally? Tianyun is dead meat. When the young man walked out, there were exclamations from the Decimo sword sect. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that this young man was one of the 6 geniuses in the Decimo sword sect who had comprehended force. Tianyun, you're really blinded by greed. How dare you appear here? You're really courting death. Fine, I'll finish you off and complete one of Elder Chio's tasks. Shui Hen looked at Lu Ming and said calmly. His tone was full of confidence as if Lu Ming was already a piece of meat in his mouth. A few disciples of the Decimo sword sect said the same thing to me before, but they're already on their way. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. What? Tianyun, you killed another disciple of the Decimo sword sect? How dare you? Do you know that you're committing a heinous crime? A disciple of the Decimo sword sect yelled. Ridiculous. Lu Ming merely uttered 2 words calmly. There were always some people who felt good about themselves, as if they were the only ones who could kill others. If others resisted, they would be committing a heinous crime. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with such people. Tianyun, no matter what. Now that you've met me, you're dead. Lu Shuihen's face turned gloomy as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Force, the force of water. Cut the crap. Like I said before, let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming pointed the spear in his hand, his killing intent bursting forth. At this moment, an even more intense fragrance wafted out. Everyone was shocked. The spirit flood dragon fruit was about to mature. Tianyun, I'll let you live a little longer. I'll kill you after I get the spirit dragon fruit. Lu Shui Hen said coldly. He looked at the Jiaoling fruit with a burning gaze. As long as he obtained the flood dragon spirit fruit, he would be able to use it to break through to the 7th level martial grandmaster realm. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the blood ant's secret realm, not even Yang Zitian. At that time, how many blood ant eggs would he be able to obtain if he killed his way into the blood ant's nest? When he thought of this, his heart was burning. Breaking through to the 7th level martial grandmaster realm in the blood ant's secret realm would not be rejected. People of the Star General Hall, if you dare to attack, I won't let any of you out. Lu Shui Hen looked coldly at the people of the Star General Hall. Humph, Lu Shui Hen, the blood ant's secret realm is not yours. Everyone has a share. A young man from the Star General Hall said. He was one of the top 10 experts of the Star General Hall. As long as he obtained the Spirit Dragon Fruit, he would be able to break through to the 7th level Martial Grandmaster realm. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of the Shifang Sword faction. Therefore, he was very strong and didn't want to back down. You're courting death. Wait until I obtain the Spirit Dragon Fruit and break through to the next level. I'll kill all these trash from the Star General Hall. Lu Shui Hen's eyes flickered with a sinister light. Roar. Suddenly, the Spirit Dragon Fruit let out a dragon's roar. The Spirit Dragon Fruit shone brightly and a burst of medicinal fragrance spread throughout the area. After a few breaths, the brilliance dimmed, and the medicinal fragrance also faded, becoming more restrained. The Spirit Dragon Fruit had ripened. The Spirit Dragon Fruit is mine. Lu Shui Hen roared and leaped out like an arrow, shooting towards the Spirit Dragon Fruit at high speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The people of the Star General Hall and the Shifang Sword faction also rushed toward the Spirit Dragon Fruit. Get out of my way! Lu Shui Hen roared and punched out. The surface of the lake exploded and pillars of water formed and shot toward the people of the Star General Hall. Damn it! The experts of the Star General Hall joined forces and blocked the water pillars. However, their bodies were hindered and they fell toward the lake. They stepped on the surface of the lake and stopped themselves. However, Lu Shui Hen had already run a long distance. Trash like you want to stop me? The Spirit Dragon Fruit is mine. Lu Shui Hen sneered in his heart. However, he was stunned in the next moment. A figure stepped on the void and leaped over his head, heading straight for the Spirit Dragon Fruit. Tianyun, stop right there. You're courting death. Lu Shui Hen roared. He stepped on the surface of the water and dashed forward at high speed. At the same time, he waved his palms and the nearby lake water was driven by him. It condensed into water swords and pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't even look and swept out with his spear. Bam! Bam! There was a loud explosion. The water swords were not scattered, but Lu Ming's body was affected by a huge force and fell down. The force of water is indeed amazing, especially on the surface of the lake. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Huh, Lu Ming, you haven't comprehended the force. You're still trash. Today, you're dead. Lu Shui Hen laughed and a battle sword that looked like autumn water appeared in his hand. He waved the battle sword and the lake water formed pillars of water that blasted toward Lu Ming together with the sword qi. What's so great about comprehending the force? There was a cold smile on Lu Ming's lips as he spoke faintly. What's so great about it? Huh, you're just jealous, right? Lu Shui Hen's voice stopped as he spoke. Because at this moment, Lu Ming's body suddenly burst out with a light and sharp qi. Force, the force of wind. Buzz. Lu Ming's spear shook and a gust of wind whistled out. The spear swept out and a tornado appeared on the surface of the lake. Bam! Bam! Lu Shui Hen's water pillars were instantly scattered and the powerful force of the spear blasted toward Lu Shui Hen. Lu Shui Hen exerted all his strength and slashed out with his sword, which clashed with Lu Ming's spear. Bam! Lu Shui Hen's body was directly sent flying and hit the surface of the lake, causing a large splash. Lu Shui Hen was directly blasted into the lake. Behind him, the other disciples of 10 Directions Sword Sect and Star General Hall all gasped and widened their eyes. For a moment, their bodies slowed down. Splash! The lake water splashed and Lu Shui Hen rushed out of the lake and shouted in disbelief, "Force of wind has reached minor accomplishment." How can you cultivate force of wind to minor accomplishment? He could feel that Lu Ming's force of wind had reached minor accomplishment and its power was shocking. As for his water force, it was only at the entry level. It was unknown how far away it was from minor accomplishment. Isn't it just force? What's so great about it that you have to talk about it all the time? Chapter 225. During the 2 months in the Divine Wind Valley, Lu Ming's wind force had been improving at a rapid pace. Just a few days before entering the Blood Ant's secret realm, his wind force had finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. There was a huge difference between someone who had reached initial success in force and someone who had yet to reach initial success. Lu Shuihan's face was flushed red. Previously, he had been arrogant and looked down on Lu Ming because he had comprehended force. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had slapped him hard in the face with an even stronger force. The thing that he was so proud of was not worth mentioning in Lu Ming's eyes. This was a serious blow to his confidence. Kill. Let's kill him together. Lu Shuihan roared in anger. He must kill Lu Ming. Kill. More than 30 disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect roared as they ran on the lake toward Lu Ming. It was not difficult for martial artists above the 3rd level of the martial master realm to walk on the water. More than 30 people attacked together and their power was terrifying. Suddenly, the lake's surface was turbulent and the waves swept over like a tsunami. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent as he shook the demon-banishing spear. Suddenly, chi, dozens of spear radiances shot out. Under the support of the wind force, these spear radiances were shockingly fast and had terrifying penetrative power. Blood splattered and screams were heard. In an instant, more than a dozen disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect were assassinated. Blood dyed the lake red. Kill. Lu Ming stepped on the void and rushed into the crowd like a tiger in a flock of sheep. No one could stop him as he reaped the lives of the disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect. Not far away, the disciples of the General Hall stopped and looked at this scene with pale faces. This Tian Yun is too ruthless, isn't he? He really dares to kill the disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect? Ruthless. This is a real ruthless person. The Star General Hall student's throat trembled as he cried out in shock. Lu Shuihan's face was also pale as he shouted, "Kill! Kill him!" However, he quickly ran toward the spirit dragon fruit. Lu Shuihan, you're despicable. A disciple of the Decimo Sword Sect roared. In the same sect, there was a lot of competition. Of course, it was impossible for them to be so united. At this moment, Lu Shuihan was the first to slip away. He wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch the Flood Dragon Spirit Fruit. Naturally, they wouldn't allow that. Let's go, we're going to fight for the Spirit Dragon Fruit too. The Spirit Dragon Fruit is mine. The remaining 10 Directions Sword Sect disciples immediately abandoned Lu Ming and ran toward the Spirit Flood Dragon Fruit. Do you think it's that easy to come and go as you please? Lu Ming sneered. His figure swooped down like a goshawk. He pulled out his long spear. 2 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School screamed as they were killed on the lake. The others were horrified. Lu Ming tapped his foot on the surface of the lake and chased after Lu Shuihan. At this moment, Lu Shuihan was already close to the Spirit Dragon Fruit. Ha ha ha, the Flood Dragon Spirit Fruit is mine. As long as I pluck it, hide at the bottom of the lake, and refine it, Tianyun will die. Lu Shuihan's eyes flickered with a sinister light, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement in them. He reached out his hand, and his true chi gushed out as he was about to pluck the Spirit Dragon Fruit. Splash! At this moment, the surface of the lake suddenly surged. A giant claw covered with sharp spikes reached out from the lake and grabbed at Lu Shuihan. What the hell is this? Lu Shuihan's expression changed drastically. He slashed out with his battle sword and hit the giant claw. Sparks flew everywhere, but he was sent flying by the giant claw. Damn it! Lu Shuihan roared. Seeing the fat meat in his mouth disappear, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Splash! The surface of the lake surged as another giant claw came out. 2 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect were caught off guard and were smashed into meat patties. Since then, only a dozen disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect were left. It was a heavy loss. Whoosh! The lake surged, and the thing under the lake was finally revealed. It was a monster that was dozens of meters long. Its body was covered with spikes, and its mouth was long and pointy. Anteater? Could it be an anteater? Someone shouted. This guy looked very similar to an anteater. It was very possible. The blood ant secret realm bred a large number of blood ants. It was normal for anteaters that fed on blood ants to be born. However, the size of this anteater was a little too big. The anteater appeared and let out a sharp cry. It moved the lake and pounced at Lu Shuai-hen and the others. The shocking thing was that at this moment, behind Lu Ming and the group, the lake water was surging and another anteater had appeared. The two anteaters surrounded Lu Ming and the group and charged toward them. Chi-chi, a dozen spikes shot out from the anteater's body. The spikes pierced through the air and let out a terrifying whistling sound. One of the spikes shot at Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and knocked the spike away. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. The anteater's strength was extremely shocking. This is at least a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast. Lu Ming judged. He could knock away the anteater's spikes, but the others were not so lucky. Screams rose and fell. 12 people from the Star General Hall and the 10 Direction Sword sect were killed in an instant. Blood dyed the lake. Go quickly. The remaining people from the Star General Hall and the 10 Direction Sword sect turned pale with fright. They no longer cared about the spirit dragon fruit and desperately ran to the shore. However, how could two powerful demonic beasts that were equivalent to a martial grandmaster realm cultivator escape so easily? A few more corpses were left. In the end, only 8 people from both sides managed to escape to the shore. Once they reached the shore, the anteaters stopped chasing. However, there was an exception, and that was Lu Ming. He did not rush to the shore, but to the spirit dragon fruit. He rushed towards the fruit. The two anteaters became even more violent. They screamed and attacked Lu Ming crazily. Giant claws covered with spikes kept clawing at Lu Ming. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming used the high air steps to the extreme. His whole body seemed to be weightless and constantly flashed. One moment on the lake, the next in the air. Although the two anteaters tried their best to stop Lu Ming, they still could not stop him. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the water below the spirit dragon fruit. He grabbed the spirit dragon fruit and plucked it off. This figure was actually Shuai-hen. He did not rush to the shore but took the opportunity to dive into the water. With his cultivation method and the power of water, he had a great advantage underwater. Ha ha ha, the spirit dragon fruit is mine. Shuai-hen laughed wildly in his heart and revealed an excited expression. With a thought, he put the spirit dragon fruit into his storage ring. Just as he was about to dive into the water to escape, more than a dozen sharp spear lights stabbed at him. You want to take the spirit dragon fruit? In your dreams. Lu Ming sneered. His body flashed and approached Shuai-hen. Tianyun, damn you! Shuai-hen roared. The two anteaters were furious that the spirit dragon fruit had been plucked. They twisted their bodies and shot out dozens of spikes. Shuai-hen was about to dive into the water. However, at this moment, a tail covered with spikes pulled out from below him. It was the tail of an anteater. Tianyun, get lost. Chapter 226. Although Lu Shuai-hen was powerful, he was no match for Lu Ming. The sword of water that he had formed and the sword chi was shattered by Lu Ming's spear. PFFF, Lu Shuai-hen's body was bleeding profusely from several wounds. Lu Shuai-hen screamed and tried his best to avoid the anteater's attack. However, Lu Ming's spear reached him in an instant. Bang! Lu Shuai-hen was sent flying like a rubber ball, leaving a trail of blood on the surface of the lake. He let out a miserable shriek. Half of his body had almost exploded, and one of his arms had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming chased after Lu Shuai-hen with murderous intent in his eyes. No, Tianyun, you can't kill me. I'm the top genius of Shifang Sword Sect. You won't have a good ending if you kill me. Lu Shuai-hen screamed in fear. However, Lu Ming's eyes were firm and unmoved. Lu Shuai-hen lost all hope and shouted, Tianyun, let me go. Please let me go. If you want the spirit dragon fruit, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The spirit dragon fruit will be mine after I kill you. Lu Ming's voice was indifferent. His spear turned into a flash of lightning and shot out. No, Lu Shuai-hen screamed, but his throat was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. Lu Shuai-hen was dead. Lu Ming's true chi surged out and sucked Lu Shuai-hen's storage ring into the Temple of Paragon. Of course, Lu Shuai-hen's blood essence was also devoured. At this moment, the two anteaters also charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging the attacks of the two anteaters and running towards the shore. Oh no, run! On the shore, the remaining disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect turned pale with fright and turned to run. Lu Shuai-hen was killed. If they stayed, they would be courting death. Run! There were a few disciples of the Hall of General, and some of them were even among the top 10 disciples of the Outer Hall. However, they looked at Lu Ming in fear and did not dare to stay. They turned and ran away. They were afraid that Lu Ming would go crazy and kill them too. Lu Ming walked on the waves. No matter how hard the two anteaters tried to attack him, they couldn't even touch a single hair on his body. It's a pity that there are two of them. If there was only one, I would want to fight. Lu Ming muttered. With his current combat strength, he really wanted to fight it. However, there were two of them. Forget it, it would be a waste of time. Lu Ming leaped across the surface of the lake and collected all the dead disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect and the Star Hall students' rings of holding. At the same time, he devoured their blood essence. I don't want to play with you anymore. After plundering everything, Lu Ming let out a long laugh. His figure soared into the sky like a gust of wind, reaching a height of over 100 meters. He stepped on the air and came to the shore. The two anteaters screamed, but in the end, they didn't chase after him. After that, Lu Ming turned around and left. After 50 miles, he stopped and clenched his fist, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. That storage ring belonged to Lu Shuai-hen. Lu Ming couldn't wait to look at it. Sure enough, the spirit dragon fruit was lying quietly in the storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the spirit dragon fruit appeared in his hand, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming took a whiff and felt that the true qi in his body seemed to have sped up. What a strong medicinal effect! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he swallowed the spirit dragon fruit and began to refine it. The spirit dragon fruit's energy was extremely terrifying. Once it entered his mouth, it turned into a huge amount of energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Lu Ming activated the true dragon of war and refined it with all his might. Lu Ming tried to break through to the 4th level of the true dragon of war with all his might. Originally, breaking through to the 4th level required a total of 6 extremely precious treasures of heaven and earth, as well as dozens of supplementary materials. However, that was no longer necessary. One spirit dragon fruit was enough. As the spirit dragon fruit was refined, the true dragon of war's true qi continued to condense and become stronger. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's body shook and he opened his eyes. He couldn't help but let out a long roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. Fortunately, he was in the Temple of Paragon. If he was outside, his roar would have spread across dozens of miles. I have broken through to the 4th level of the true dragon of war. Lu Ming slowly raised his right hand and gently clenched it. The air in his palm was caught by Lu Ming and crackling sounds could be heard. The density of my true qi is 5 times that of an ordinary martial artist. It's so strong. Feeling the surging true qi in his body, Lu Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Now, let's see what I've gained. Lu Ming took out a pile of storage rings and counted them. There were a total of 42 rings. These were all storage rings left behind by geniuses above the martial master realm. Lu Ming was looking forward to the items inside. He opened them one by one and counted them. Finally, he categorized them and piled them up in front of Lu Ming. There was a small pile of various spiritual herbs, but most of them were not of a high grade. All kinds of spiritual pills were stored in jade bottles, piled up in a huge pile. They were definitely worth a fortune. There were also various ores, materials from demonic beasts, spiritual weapons, etc. Lu Ming categorized them. There were also stacks of banknotes, which added up to a few 100 million taels. This was a huge sum. Even if it was converted into spiritual crystals, it would be worth tens of thousands. What surprised Lu Ming the most were not these, but the spiritual crystals and blood ant eggs. There were more than 80,000 spiritual crystals, which filled up several large boxes. There were also 536 blood ant eggs. This was much more than what Lu Ming had obtained in the past few days. These resources are enough for me to use for a period of time. On the third platform, I will need more spiritual crystals as my cultivation increases. I don't have to worry about it for the time being. Lu Ming laughed heartily. When Lu Ming was at the first level of the martial master realm, he needed 9 spirit crystals to condense a figure with the same combat ability as him on the third platform. However, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, he needed more spiritual crystals. For the second layer of the martial master realm, he needed 18 spiritual crystals. For the third layer of the martial master realm, he needed 36 spiritual crystals. Now that Lu Ming was in the 5th layer of the martial master realm, he needed 144 spiritual crystals each time. This was too extravagant. One time, for 6 hours, he needed 144 spiritual crystals. As his cultivation increased, he would need even more. How could an ordinary person afford it? In the past few months, Lu Ming had used a few thousand spiritual crystals just to condense the spiritual crystals to fight with him. Without this replenishment, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to last long with the spiritual crystals he had. It's better to rob others. Resources come quickly. It's much faster than working hard to obtain them. Lu Ming sighed. Rob others? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's right, rob. Since the Shifang sword sect wanted to kill him, why should he be polite? Good, let's do it. I'll wait for them at the blood ant nest. Chapter 227. 3 hours later, Lu Ming arrived at a desolate plain. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. In the middle of the plain, there was a large pit with a radius of more than 100 meters. Standing at the edge and looking down, one could see that the pit was filled with caves. Occasionally, one could see a few blood ants crawling in and out. This was the blood ant's nest. Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside the pit, waiting for the others to arrive. Only 3 days had passed. There were still 7 days before the blood ant's secret realm closed. Lu Ming cultivated while waiting. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, not a single person came. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He knew very well that in the first 7 to 8 days, everyone would be in other places, looking for opportunities and hunting blood ants. They would only rush to the blood ant's nest in the last 2 days to try their luck. In a swamp, corpses of blood ants were lying on the ground. The eggs in their abdomens had all disappeared. Let's go to the blood ant's nest. With a light shout, a young man with a cold and arrogant expression rushed out of the swamp and towards the blood ant's nest. Behind him were more than 10 young men. In a mountain peak, a long howl could be heard. Let's go to the blood ant's nest. Soon after, more than 10 figures leaped towards the blood ant's nest. In a large valley, more than 10 students from the general hall were surrounded by more than 30 disciples from the Decimo sword faction. Decimo sword faction, must you be so ruthless? A student from the general hall shouted in despair. Nonsense, I already said that if we meet you from the general hall, we will kill without mercy. Kill. More than 30 young experts from the Decimo sword faction surrounded and killed more than 10 students from the general hall. There was no suspense at all. Not long after, more than 10 corpses appeared in the valley. what bullshit, General Hall. Just a bunch of mobs. It's a pity that we didn't meet that Tianyun. Otherwise, we could have received Elder Chiu Wuji's reward. A young man with a majestic figure sneered. Senior Brother Gao, that Tianyun is lucky. If he were to meet you, he would definitely be trampled under your feet within 10 moves. I wonder which senior brother would be so lucky to meet Tianyun. Yes, yes. However, in my opinion, that Tianyun must have found a place to hide. As long as he hides until the secret realm closes and rushes out at the last moment, he will be safe. It's safe. Even if he didn't die in the Blood Ant Mystic Realm, we can still kill him when we get out. At the side, the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect flattered him. Senior Brother Gao laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. After a while, he said, all right, that Tianyun is quite capable. Even if I encounter him, it will take me some effort. It will take me at least a dozen moves. Let's set off now and go to the Blood Ant's nest. There are great opportunities there. Go. Then, they also headed towards the Blood Ant nest. In a mountain forest, a shocking sword chi swept across. More than a dozen huge blood ants were cut in half by a single sword chi. Among them, there was even a Class 3 LV7 blood ant. A figure appeared. It was Yang Zaiqian. His eyes were like lightning and his aura was terrifying. With a wave of his hand, a large string of blood ant eggs flew into his hand. After so many days, my cultivation has finally broken through. Now, it's time to go to the blood ant nest. I will empty the nest and obtain a large number of blood refining pills to accumulate blood chi. In the future, I will definitely awaken the king bloodline and trample the 6 heroes of the burning sun under my feet. Yang Zaiqian's eyes were full of arrogance and confidence. Then, his figure flashed and he headed towards the blood ant nest. Beside the blood ant nest, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. In the distance, more than a dozen figures were rushing towards him. Finally, someone is here. Lu Ming's face broke into a smile. There were a total of 12 people. At first glance, he could tell that they were disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. In a short while, the 12 of them approached the blood ant nest. That is Tianyun. When the 12 of them saw Tianyun, their faces changed slightly and they stopped. They did not approach him. Instead, they were a little wary. Among them, there were no strong experts. And they had seen Lu Ming's combat strength. They were no match for him. Tianyun, it turns out that you have been hiding here these days. You really know how to choose a place. No wonder so many disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect could not find you. A disciple of the Decimo Sword Sect shouted. Hiding here? Lu Ming said with a faint smile on his face. You can say that. Well, cut the crap. Now, hand over your storage rings. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? The 12 disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect were stunned. Nonsense. Don't you understand human language? I'm robbing you. Hand over your storage rings and you'll live. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here forever. Lu Ming said coldly. Tianyun, how dare you? We didn't find trouble with you. You actually want to rob our storage rings. Outrageous. The 12 disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect were in disbelief. Could it be that Lu Ming was waiting here just to rob them? How dare he do that? Bang! Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He directly attacked. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, instantly arriving above the 12 people. The demon-suppressing spear shook and turned into 12 spear shadows, blasting towards the 12 people. Tianyun, don't think that we are afraid of you. Let's kill him together. The 12 people roared and attacked together. 12 attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! There was a roar and the earth exploded. The 12 people screamed. Half of their bodies were blown into the ground. They vomited blood and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Although there were no top geniuses among the 12 of them who comprehended force, they were not ordinary martial artists. However, the 12 of them were as weak as babies in the hands of Lu Ming. They could not resist at all. With just one move, they were blasted half to death. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the martial master realm. The true dragon battle art had broken through to the 4th level. Coupled with the demon-suppressing spear's weight of more than 10,000 kilograms, the power of a casual spear strike was astonishing. It was not something that ordinary people could block. What about now? Are you going to hand over your storage rings or not? Lu Ming looked down at the 12 youths of the Decimo sword sect. Yes, we will hand them over. The 12 youths shouted and took off the storage rings in their hands and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put them away with a smile and waved his hand, saying, "Get lost." The 12 people struggled out of the ground as if they had been pardoned and staggered into the distance. Lu Ming did not really want to kill all the disciples of the Decimo sword sect. If necessary, he could kill a small part of them as a deterrent. If he really killed all the disciples of the Decimo sword sect, the higher-ups of the Decimo sword sect would probably go crazy and kill him at all costs. This was not what Lu Ming wanted now. After all, he still did not have the strength to fight against the entire Decimo sword sect. After putting away the 12 storage rings, Lu Ming was about to continue sitting cross-legged. In another direction, 2 figures came over at an extremely fast speed. It's really a case of searching high and low, only to find it by chance. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Chapter 228. At this moment, Bai Qi and the green-robed young man were smiling. During this period of time, they had worked together to secretly hunt the blood ants. In addition, both of them were originally the top 10 experts of the Star General Hall, so they had a good harvest. During this period, they even came across an ant nest which they cleared. Moreover, as long as they encountered the disciples of the 10 Directions sword faction, regardless of their strength, they would stay far away. Therefore, they did not encounter any danger. The blood ant eggs this time are enough to exchange for a lot of blood refining pills. In the future, we will definitely awaken a powerful second bloodline. At that time, the Star General Hall will belong to the 2 of us. The green-robed young man laughed. That's right. That Tianyun actually wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant. He actually dared to challenge all the experts of 10 Directions sword sect. I reckon that he would have been killed by the disciples of 10 Directions sword sect. Bai Qi's eyes revealed a sinister look. We're almost at the blood ant nest. Let's observe secretly and wait for the others to make a move. We'll wait for the opportunity to collect some blood ant eggs. There's someone in front. As the green-robed young man spoke, he was suddenly stunned and looked ahead. There's someone? Bai Qi also looked over. With one glance, his face changed drastically and he almost wet himself. Tianyun, why aren't you dead yet? Bai Qi let out a sharp scream. How can I die when you're not dead yet? Lu Ming stood up and looked coldly at Bai Qi. Go quickly. Bai Qi's body began to tremble. He let out a low growl and ran back. The green-robed young man's reaction was even faster than Bai Qi's. He had already turned around and ran away. Bai Qi, I've said that I will kill you. Do you think you can run away? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He stepped out and chased after Bai Qi like the wind. Ah! Bai Qi screamed. He felt his legs and stomach trembling. His body was cold and he ran forward with all his strength. Wait for me! Bai Qi shouted. The green-robed young man was running in front of him and was faster than him. Why would the green-robed youth care about him? Outside the blood ant mystic realm, he had also targeted Lu Ming. Now, he was scared to death, so how could he stop? Bai Qi felt a chill run down his spine as his scalp went numb. He felt as if the Grim Reaper was approaching him. Escape! I must escape! I can't die! Bai Qi roared. However, Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, dozens of figures suddenly rushed over from afar. They were all disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect. Bai Qi's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. His speed seemed to have increased as he ran towards the 10 Directions sword sect with all his might. He shouted, "Brothers of the 10 Directions sword sect, Tianyun is here, Tianyun is here, he killed your disciples." Regardless of whether Lu Ming had killed him or not, he had to say that Lu Ming had killed him. Only then would he be able to escape. Tianyun? There were more than 30 disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect in front, led by senior brother Gao. At this moment, he was stunned. Then, he revealed a cold murderous intent and shouted, "It's Tianyun, ha ha ha, I finally met him." Immediately, he rushed towards Lu Ming. "Ha, senior brother Gao is so lucky." The other disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect laughed and followed. When Lu Ming saw the disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect, he was not shocked but happy. He was not in a hurry to chase after Bai Qi and walked forward slowly. Swish! Swish! In a flash, the disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect surrounded Lu Ming. Huff! Bai Qi was overjoyed and let out a long breath. "Kid, although you are from the Star General Hall, since Tianyun wants to kill you, I have to protect you. Stand still." Senior brother Gao glanced at Bai Qi and ordered. "Yes, yes." Bai Qi nodded repeatedly, but he was laughing in his heart. "Tianyun, the heavens didn't kill me. Now, the one who will die is you." Senior brother Gao stopped looking at Bai Qi and looked at Lu Ming with cold murderous intent. "Tianyun, you have been hiding from me for so many days. In the end, you will die in my hands. Remember my name, I am Gao Tianqua. Gao Tianqua, right? Very well, now, I announce that this is a robbery. Hand over your storage rings." Lu Ming curled his lips. "What? What did you say? Robbery?" Gao Tianqua shouted, thinking that he had heard wrongly. "Nonsense, hand over your storage rings, or you will stay here forever." Lu Ming said coldly. "Ha ha ha, Tianyun, I think you are crazy. Now, I will wake you up." Gao Tianqua laughed. Dong! Then, he took a step forward and the earth rumbled. A strong and heavy aura was emitted from Gao Tianqua's body, like a mountain standing there. The aura of a mountain. Go to hell. A huge sword appeared in Gao Tianqua's hands. He took big strides and charged toward Lu Ming. It was as though a huge mountain was crashing toward Lu Ming. Tianyun is dead. Some disciples of Shifang's sword sect sneered. But the next moment, they were all stunned. Boom! A scorching and explosive aura rose from Lu Ming's body. The scorching aura rolled out, and the temperature within 100 meters rose rapidly. Boom! Lu Ming struck with his spear. It was like a meteor falling from the sky, crashing into a huge mountain. The mountain shattered with a bang. Gao Tianqua screamed and his body flew out like a rubber ball. The whole place suddenly quieted down. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Senior brother Gao lost? He was defeated in one move. How is this possible? The disciples of Shifang's sword sect said in a daze. Not far away, Bai Qi's pupils shrank sharply, and his face was full of disbelief. He roared in his heart, the aura of fire, impossible, impossible. He found it hard to accept. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward, and the aura on his body burst out, pressing toward the disciples of Shifang's sword sect. "Oh no, let's attack together." The disciples of Shifang's sword sect shouted. Landslide! Lu Ming whispered, and the demon-suppressing spear shone, condensing a giant spear as thick as a water tank and as long as 100 meters. The giant spear pressed down, and a terrifying shock wave blasted downward and exploded in all directions. Screams and roars sounded. The disciples of Shifang's sword sect were like rubber balls, and they were sent flying and fell everywhere. Only 2 people were still standing there. Bai Qi and the young man in green robe. At this time, Bai Qi's face was pale, and his body was trembling non-stop. His lips were trembling, and his eyes were full of horror. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? He kept muttering under his breath. It was simply unbelievable. Originally, when he met the disciples of Shifang's sword sect, he was ecstatic and thought that he was saved. He thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure and couldn't kill him at all. However, he never dreamed that more than 30 disciples of Shifang's sword sect, including a peerless genius who comprehended aura, would be defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. How could this be? Now, let's see who can save you. Lu Ming walked toward Bai Qi step by step with a teasing smile on his face. No, don't kill me. Bai Qi shouted, unable to summon the courage to resist. Don't kill you? Huh, you're really naive. Tell me, if you can give me a reason not to kill you, I won't kill you. Chapter 229. Bai Qi could only say the word, I, and could not continue. Previously, outside the Blood Ant's secret realm, he had repeatedly targeted Lu Ming and purposely pushed the blame to Lu Ming for the 10 Direction Sword faction's intention to kill the Star General Hall's disciples. This caused the Star General Hall's disciples to reveal the truth to Lu Ming. Just now, he had instigated the 10 Direction Sword faction disciples to kill Lu Ming. Was there a reason why Lu Ming did not kill him? He could not think of any reason. Seems like there isn't. Then die. Lu Ming said coldly. No, don't kill me. Suddenly, Bai Qi knelt down and cried out, Tianyun, please spare my dog life. I will do whatever you want me to do in the future. I will be your slave from now on. I will do whatever you want me to do. Be my slave? Are you worthy? Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from his body and pressed down on Bai Qi and the green-robed youth. Bai Qi felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him and it became difficult for him to breathe. Ah, it's not that easy to kill me. At this moment, the green-robed youth roared and charged at Lu Ming with all his strength. He wanted to trade his life for a chance of survival. But how was that possible? Swoosh! The dazzling spear pierced through the air and pierced through the green-robed youth's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere and red and white substances splattered all over Bai Qi's face. Bai Qi screamed in horror. At this moment, he felt hopeless and helpless. The green-robed youth was stronger than him, but he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. He did not even have the courage to resist. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I was wrong. Bai Qi screamed hysterically. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. He regretted offending Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not someone he could afford to offend. It's all Bai Long's fault. It's all his fault. Why did he have to offend this demon? It's all his fault. Bai Qi screamed in his heart. He blamed everything on Bai Long. If it wasn't for Bai Long, how would he have offended Lu Ming? You're really a piece of trash. You've dirted my hands. Lu Ming muttered. Yes, killing me will dirty your hands. Yes, you're right. Bai Qi seemed to have grasped the last life-saving straw and shouted loudly. However, I won't feel at ease if I don't kill you. Lu Ming whispered again. There was a bone-chilling coldness in his voice. Don't. Just as Bai Qi was about to shout, a spear light flashed and disappeared, sinking into Bai Qi's glabella. Bai Qi was dead. Now, it's time for you to hand over your storage rings, right? Lu Ming glanced at the disciples of Decimo's sword sect. The disciples of Decimo's sword sect were horrified. They had just witnessed Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength and ruthless means. However, they were disciples of Decimo's sword sect. They were usually high and mighty. Now, they had to hand over their storage rings. This was simply a great humiliation. Tianyun, Decimo's sword sect will not let you go if you do this. Someone shouted. It seems that you don't want to hand it over. Then I'll take it myself. Lu Ming sneered. His figure flickered like a ghost. The disciples of Decimo's sword sect had been seriously injured by Lu Ming just now. They had no strength to resist and their storage rings were taken by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming grabbed and threw the disciples of Decimo's sword sect one by one. They fell heavily to the ground. Then, the second one was stacked higher and higher like a human pyramid. The last one was Gao Tianqua. Lu Min took off his storage ring and kicked him out. Gao Tianqua flew high into the air, stacking on top of more than 30 Shifang sword sect disciples. More than 30 disciples of Decimo's sword sect were stacked more than 10 meters high. Lu Ming moved and appeared at the highest point. He stepped on Gao Tianqua's body and waited. More than 30 disciples of Decimo's sword sect roared, but it was no use. After a while, Lu Ming raised his head and looked into the distance. Finally, they're here. Lu Ming whispered. In the distance, many figures were leaping and coming here at an extremely fast speed. There were more than 200 people. Decimo's sword sect hurried the remaining people of Star Hall to this place. In the blood ant nest. The silhouette flickered, and soon, he arrived in the vicinity. Tianyun, that's Tianyun. That's our senior brothers of Decimo's sword sect. Damn it, how could they be defeated by Tianyun? Damn it, Tianyun actually did this to them. He deserves to die. There were close to 200 disciples of the Shifang sword sect who witnessed this scene. Their eyes turned red and they exuded a cold murderous intent. All of them stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. In another direction, more than 20 disciples of Star General Hall were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This Tianyun is too domineering, isn't he? Domineering, I think he's courting death. We'd better stay away from him. The disciples of Star General Hall discussed animatedly. Brother Tianyun. Myeongchang was also among them. At this moment, he shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. Brother Ming, stay away from me and watch the show. Lu Ming smiled at Myeongchang and waved his hand. Myeongchang couldn't help but stop. It seemed that Lu Ming's words had some kind of magical power that he couldn't refuse. Even he didn't realize it. Tianyun, why aren't you moving your smelly feet? Let go of my 10 Directions Sword Faction's senior brothers. Speak, what despicable means did you use to sneak attack the experts of Decimo's sword sect? Damn it, your behavior will not be enough even if you die 10,000 times. Do you know that? The disciples of Decimo's sword sect continued to shout. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. After shouting for a while, he slowly stopped. I asked them to hand over their storage rings, but they refused. That's why they ended up like this. Now, hand over your storage rings. Otherwise, you'll also end up like them. At this moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice spread throughout the place. What? The disciples of Decimo's sword sect were stunned. The disciples of Star General Hall were also stunned. Tianyun was robbing the disciples of Decimo's sword sect. Crazy, crazy, Tianyun is crazy. Everyone shouted in their hearts. Tianyun actually wanted to rob nearly 200 people of Decimo's sword sect alone. If he wasn't crazy, what was? Tianyu, it seems that you've really gone crazy after hiding for a few days. But no matter what, you're dead today. Among the disciples of Decimo's sword sect, a tall and thin figure walked out, exuding a powerful aura. Lu Ming recognized that this person was one of the 6 disciples of Decimo's sword sect who had comprehended the force. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, another 2 young men walked out. Their aura was not weaker than that of the tall and thin young man. The 2 of them had also comprehended the force. The 3 of them stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent, ready to attack at any time. Don't be careless. This person's battle strength is not to be underestimated. You'd better join forces to kill him. Gao Tianqua, who was under Lu Ming's feet, shouted. The expressions of the disciples of Decimo's sword sect changed. They originally thought that Lu Ming had used some despicable means to injure Gao Tianque and the others, but now it seemed that things were not that simple. Was Lu Ming really that strong? Chapter 230. Tianyun is despicable and shameless. He deserves to die. Elder Qiu Wuji wants to kill him. Let's attack together and kill him. The thin and tall youth waved his hand and shouted. Okay, let's attack together. The other disciples of the 10 Direction Sword sect roared. Nearly 200 people unsheathed their swords and terrifying sword chi gathered together, stirring up the wind and clouds. The ground emitted a sizzling sound as sword marks appeared. In the distance, the faces of the people of the Star General Hall changed. The aura of nearly 200 disciples of the 10 Direction Sword sect was too shocking. Even a 9th-level martial master expert would have to retreat. Tianyun is too arrogant. He has to reap what he sowed. Someone in the Star General Hall said. Brother Tianyun. Myongcheng roared, extremely worried. Ha ha ha, if you want to attack, then attack. So much nonsense. Let me see if the 10 Direction Sword sect is all trash. Lu Ming laughed. You're courting death. Attack, kill him. The disciples of the 10 Direction Sword sect roared. Whoosh. Whoosh. All of a sudden, more than 50 sword auras soared into the sky, slashing violently toward Lu Ming with terrifying power. More than 50 sword chi completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were calm as the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Whoosh. Lu Ming's figure flashed and his body emitted a light and swift aura. He took a step in the air and suddenly, a string of afterimages appeared in the air. No one could tell which was real and which was fake. More than 50 sword chi slashed at the afterimages. None of them hit the real Lu Ming. Wind force, it's the wind force. Someone from the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. So he has comprehended the wind force. No wonder he's so arrogant. Everyone, attack together and block all his escape routes. Even if he has comprehended the wind force, he will still die. The thin and tall youth roared. However, no one noticed that the 30 people who were stacked up by Lu Ming had their eyes wide open in shock. Wind force? Just now, Lu Ming attacked them. He clearly used the power of fire. Now, he actually used the power of wind? Could it be that he had comprehended 2 types of force? They found it inconceivable. A martial grand master at such a young age actually comprehended 2 forces. What kind of demonic genius was this? Not good. He has not only comprehended the force of wind, but also the force of fire. Gao Tianque roared. What? The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect were all stunned. He even comprehended the power of fire? How could this be? Had Gao Tianque been beaten silly? In the martial Grand Master realm, being able to comprehend a force was already a rare genius. They were 1 in 10,000, extremely rare. As for comprehending 2 potentials? How could this be? There aren't many martial ancestor realm martial artists who have comprehended 2 forces, right? Gao Tianque must have been beaten silly, they were sure. However, in the next moment, they felt that they were dumbfounded. Boom! At this time, a terrifying fluctuation erupted from Lu Ming's body like a volcanic eruption. This was another type of power, the power of fire. The eyes of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect almost popped out, and they were tongue-tied. Lu Ming really comprehended 2 forces. How could this be? Kill! At this time, Lu Ming roared like thunder. His body moved, and he rushed towards the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. With the combination of the force of wind and fire, his combat strength skyrocketed. Let's attack together. Even if he has comprehended 2 forces, what can he do? After all, he's only one person. If we attack together, we can definitely kill him. Let's attack together. Boom! Boom! Sword chi rose one after another. There were a total of 200 sword chi, which was extremely terrifying. Landslide! Lu Ming roared, holding the spear with both hands, and a huge spear light that was 100 meters long formed. This spear seemed to be real, just like a real long spear. Around the spear light, there were blazing flames and strong winds. The wind helped the fire, causing the flames to burn more vigorously, like a flaming spear. Boom! The huge spear radiance blasted down, containing a terrifying vibrating will. Kill! Kill! Nearly 200 disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect roared, and the dazzling sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. When the spear light and the sword chi collided, there was a violent explosion. Terrifying vibrations rippled outwards in circles, forming a strong gale. The ground seemed to have been plowed, and deep gullies appeared, extending hundreds of meters away. At the center of the spear light and the sword chi, there was a deep pit that was more than 10 meters deep and more than 30 meters wide. How is Tianyun? He should have been killed, right? In the distance, the people of the Star General Hall looked at the scene filled with smoke and dust and guessed. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, they were stunned. Lu Ming stood proudly with a long spear in his hand. His body emitted a strong battle intent, and he stood straight. What happened? There was not even a trace of a wound. On the other hand, some of the people of the 10 Directions sword sect, such as the 3rd and 4th level martial master martial artists, had pale faces, and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Not only did Lu Ming not die, but he also had the upper hand. How was this possible? With nearly 200 people working together, even a 9th level martial master martial artist would have to retreat. Lu Ming actually blocked them and even had the upper hand. This was like a fantasy story. The nearly 200 people of the 10 Directions sword sect all stared in disbelief. The geniuses of the 10 Directions sword sect are only a so-so. Today, leave your storage rings, or die. Swish. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards the people of the 10 Directions sword sect. Join hands, don't split up. Someone shouted. But it was too late. Lu Ming was like a tiger in a pack of wolves, rushing into the disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect. With a sweep of his long spear, dozens of people were swept away and fell to the ground, blood spurting out. They could not resist Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's current combat strength was too strong. With the cultivation of a 5th level martial master, the 4th level of the true dragon battle art, and the force of wind and fire had reached the initial success, his combat strength was terrifying. These young men, who were at the peak of the 6th level martial master, were no match for Lu Ming at all. Even those young men who had comprehended the force were the same. Bang! Bang! In a few breaths, a large number of disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect fell to the ground. There were more than 100 of them. The people of the Star Commandant Hall were dumbfounded. Some of them rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. This is a monster, a monster. Myeongchang was also stunned and roared in his heart. He thought that he had overestimated Lu Ming as much as possible, but in the end, he realized that he had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was far beyond his imagination. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and swung it. A large number of disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect fell to the ground with their bones broken. Including a genius who had comprehended the force, he could not escape the fate of having his bones broken. Run! The other disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect shouted, scared out of their wits. There was no way to resist at all. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. A figure stepped on the void and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. It's senior brother Yang Zitian. Senior brother Yang Zitian is here. We are saved. Chapter 231. The disciples of the Shifang sword sect were overjoyed because Yang Zitian had arrived. However, Lu Ming just glanced at them casually and continued to attack. Bang! Bang! One by one, the disciples of the Shifang sword sect were sent flying. When Yang Zitian arrived, there were only a few who could stand. Yang Zitian looked around with an extremely gloomy face, then looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? I heard you, but who do you think you are? Do you think I should stop just because you asked me to? Lu Ming glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Yang Zitian froze, and his face became even more gloomy. Lu Ming actually dared to ask who he was? Yang Zitian was so angry that he laughed and said, Tianyun, I said before that you're my prey. At that time, I was just casually saying it, but now, you're dead. There's no way you can survive. Do you people of the Shifang sword sect have the same trick? You said I'm dead as soon as we met, but you're all lying here. You'll be the same soon. Lu Ming sneered. Don't compare me to these trash. Yang Zitian said. The other disciples of the Shifang sword sect had ugly expressions. Yang Zitian said they were trash in public, so of course, they felt uncomfortable. In my eyes, you're similar to them. You're all trash. Lu Ming smiled faintly. How dare you? Yang Zitian shouted angrily, and his killing intent was extremely cold. He, Yang Zitian, had been a genius since he was born. Along the way, he had defeated his peers and was almost invincible. Now, Lu Ming actually said he was trash, which was a great humiliation. He must kill Lu Ming. Tianyun, you've succeeded. You've successfully angered me. Today, I'll break all the bones in your body and feed you to the blood ants. Yang Zitian roared, and the aura on his body burst out. Moreover, it was constantly improving. Soon, he broke through the limit of the peak 6th level Martial Master Realm and entered the 7th level Martial Master Realm. 7th layer Martial Grand Master. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. 7th level Martial Master. Senior brother Yang Zitian has broken through to the 7th level Martial Master. Tianyun is dead for sure. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword faction cried out in ecstasy. Yang Zitian was a peerless genius to begin with, suppressing his peers. With such a breakthrough in cultivation, his battle prowess would also skyrocket. Senior brother Yang Zitian, don't kill Tianyun so easily. I want to torture him. Not bad. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword faction shouted one after another. Tianyun, I saw it just now. You actually comprehended 2 types of force. It's indeed shocking. But let me tell you, force is about quality, not quantity. Moreover, no matter how much force you have, in front of absolute power, it will collapse. Yang Zitian's eyes were like lightning, and his aura was like a tiger. He took a step forward, and the earth rumbled. You talk too much nonsense. You're just looking for excuses for your incompetence. Lu Ming scolded. I'm incompetent? Ha ha ha, you're courting death. Yang Zitian roared, and the battle sword on his back was unsheathed, and a scorching aura burst out. Force, it was actually the force of fire. I'll show you the true power of fire. Yang Zitian roared, and his figure quickly rushed toward Lu Ming, slashing out with his sword. The force of fire wrapped around the sword chi, and an astonishing power erupted. So, it's the force of fire. Lu Ming muttered. Your force is only superficial, but mine is already at the force of small accomplishment. This is the essence. Yang Zitian roared, and his voice was filled with contempt. Just now, Lu Ming's force didn't erupt with full force. He thought that although Lu Ming had comprehended 2 types of force, it was only superficial. How could Lu Ming fight against him? A frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Yang Zitian was stunned, but in the next moment, his face changed wildly. This was because Lu Ming's aura was rising uncontrollably. First was the force of fire. It instantly reached the force of small accomplishment, and it was still rising. In the end, although it didn't reach the major accomplishment, it was still stronger than Yang Zitian's force. Boom! A spear light shot out and collided with Yang Zitian's sword chi, and both dissipated. How is this possible? How can your force of fire be so strong? What's going on? Yang Zetian roared, he couldn't believe it. Just now, he was still looking down on Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming had a lot of force but was not proficient. But immediately, he realized that not only did Lu Ming have a lot of force, he was even more proficient than him. It was like he was slapping himself in the face. This is impossible. Then let's continue. Boom. Lu Ming's force rose again. This time, it was the force of wind. All the way up, it was like a hurricane sweeping the sky. In the end, Lu Ming's force of wind also reached the force of small accomplishment. Force of wind has reached the force of small accomplishment. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. You're cheating, you're cheating. How can you comprehend two types of force to the force of small accomplishment? Yang Zetian no longer had a trace of calmness and shouted hysterically. Even his facial features were distorted. He comprehended force at the 9th level of the martial master realm, which was rare in the Shifang sword sect. And at the 6th level of the martial master realm, he cultivated the force of fire to the small accomplishment, which was even rarer. He had always been incomparably arrogant, taking the 6 heroes of the burning sun as his goal and not putting others in his eyes. But now, he suddenly realized that Lu Ming's talent was stronger than his by a lot, which made it hard for him to accept. Die, die, this Tianyun must die. In this world, there can't be a genius who surpasses me. Yang Zetian roared in his heart. Kill. Without hesitation, his bloodline erupted and he attacked Lu Ming with all his strength. Die. The sword chi was shocking and incomparably hot. Yang Zetian was definitely a peerless genius. His battle strength was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he attacked with all his strength, his power was shocking. Even a martial artist of the 8th level of the martial master realm would be killed in one move. A martial artist of the 9th level of the martial master realm would also have to retreat. However, he met Lu Ming. The force of wind and fire combined, turning into a blazing flame spear light that soared into the sky. Boom! Lu Ming and Yang Zetian collided, turning into a terrifying and scorching shockwave that swept in all directions. Not good, retreat. The disciples of the Decimo sword faction roared and frantically retreated without caring about their injuries. The people of the Hall of General in the distance were also shocked and frantically retreated. Boom! The huge shockwave rushed to the ground, blasting a deep hole in the ground. Kill! Kill! 2 loud roars sounded as the 2 figures collided again. Far away, the people of the 2 sides looked on in shock. They saw 2 figures emitting scorching auras colliding in the air and on the ground, like 2 ancient beasts. Boom! Boom! After more than 10 collisions, more than 10 large holes appeared on the ground. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Fortunately, they had been some distance away from the blood ant nest before the battle. Otherwise, the blood ant nest would have collapsed. Even so, the blood ant nest was still disturbed and many blood ants crawled out. Boom! Another violent explosion rang out, and a figure rapidly retreated, being sent flying. It was Yang Zetian. At this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His body was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He was no match for Lu Ming. Tianyun, I want you dead. I want to kill you. I want to kill your friends and your family. Chapter 232. Yang Zetian roared crazily, his killing intent seeping out. He was actually injured by Lu Ming, who came from the Star General Hall and was regarded by others as a motley crew. He couldn't accept such a great humiliation. Overflowing heavenly sword. Yang Zetian roared, his aura reaching its peak. A ray of sword light, as if it came from the heavens, appeared out of nowhere. It was incomparably brilliant, floating above Yang Zetian's head. A terrifying boundless sword chi rippled out, the ground under Yang Zetian's feet was stirred up by the sword chi, undulating like water waves. Earth-class sword art. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was an Earth-class sword art. Earth-class sword art, overflowing heavenly sword. Senior brother Yang Zetian actually mastered the overflowing heavenly sword. What? This is an Earth-class sword art, too terrifying. Tianyun is finished. Once the Earth-class sword art is used, he's dead for sure. Senior brother Yang Zitian is too powerful. This is an Earth-class sword art. The 10 Directions Sword Sect's disciples discussed excitedly. Some even laughed. They felt that Lu Ming was dead for sure. They could finally vent their anger. As for the Star General Hall's disciples, their faces were filled with shock and dismay. The 10 Directions Sword Sect's disciples were too strong. They couldn't compete with them at all. The number 1 genius of the outer hall of the Star General Hall had just comprehended force. Compared to Yang Zitian, the difference was too great. Brother Tianyun. Myeongchang stared ahead, his eyes filled with worry. Tianyun, now do you know the difference between us? Tremble in front of me. Ha ha ha. Yang Zitian laughed crazily. In his mind, Lu Ming would definitely be shocked when he saw him execute the Earth-class sword art, then shock, fear, and finally despair. Thinking of this, he felt very good. Unfortunately, he was only halfway through his enjoyment when he could no longer enjoy himself. Because Lu Ming's expression was calm, indifferent, and even a little disdainful. Yes, disdain. Yang Zitian's anger soared to the sky. His face began to distort as he roared, Tianyun, what's with your expression? What's with your expression? Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled faintly, but the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Ah, go to hell. Sword of Heaven, kill. Yang Zitian roared. With a wave of his sword, the sword light floating above his head violently slashed towards Lu Ming. Before the sword arrived, the terrifying sword intent had already enveloped Lu Ming. Earth-grade martial skills, do you think you are the only one who knows them? Lu Ming whispered. True Qi burst out, and with one hand facing the sky, he waved his palm. Human Dao palm. Wang. The space seemed to tremble for a moment. Then, a huge palm print appeared in the air. The palm print was at least 10 meters in size. Its shape was no different from a human palm, except that it was slightly blurry. However, the strength of its might was extremely shocking. It was as if there was a human Dao King patrolling the sky. An extremely powerful pressure pressed down on everyone. Earth-grade martial skill, another Earth-grade martial skill? How is this possible? How is this possible? The disciples of the Shifang sword faction roared. They could not believe that all this was real. They wished that they were dreaming. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, Tianyun, I knew it. This guy is simply a freak. Myeongchang laughed. How is this possible? How can you also cultivate an Earth-grade martial skill? Ah, break. Yang Zitian roared in disbelief. He controlled the sword light and slashed at the human Dao palm. Boom! The palm print and the sword light collided. Heaven and earth shook violently. Then, there was a sudden explosion where the palm print and the sword light met. Rumble. The earth shook. Under the intersection of the palm print and the sword light, a huge pit that was 100 meters in length and width and more than 20 meters in depth was blasted open. Countless gravel splattered everywhere. Retreat, be careful. The people of the Shifang sword faction and Star General Hall were in chaos. They quickly retreated and waved their weapons to block. They retreated for 1,000 meters before stopping. Bang! In the sky, the palm print shone brightly while the sword light dimmed rapidly. In the end, the sword light exploded. A figure screamed and flew back like a cannonball. He crashed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. It was Yang Zitian. He had been defeated and was lying in the huge pit, coughing up blood. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard. Lu Ming walked in the air. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was demonic and his body emitted a cold murderous intent. Tianyun, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around. Feeling the murderous intent from Lu Ming, Yang Zitian shouted in horror. I hate it when people threaten me with my family. Since you did that, your ending is already decided. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. He walked towards Yang Zitian step by step. Don't you dare. I'm a peerless genius of the Shifang sword faction. I'll be the pillar of the Shifang sword faction in the future. I'm someone who can become an overlord. If you kill me, the experts of the Shifang sword faction won't let you go. Yang Zitian struggled with all his might and roared. That's my business. Why do you have to worry about it? Lu Ming was unmoved. His murderous intent became even colder. Yang Zitian was scared. He was really scared. He could see that Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. No, you can't kill me. You're a lunatic. You're a lunatic. Yang Zitian shouted and rushed out of the pit, trying to escape. Human Dao. Lu Ming said softly and waved his palm. In the sky, a huge palm print was formed and blasted towards Yang Zitian. No, Yang Zitian roared. He frantically tried to resist, but it was to no avail. Boom! The palm print blasted down and directly blasted Yang Zitian into the ground. There was another big pit on the ground. The palm print dissipated, leaving only a pile of meat paste in the big pit. Yang Zitian was smashed into pieces by the palm. Yang Zitian is dead. He's been killed. The disciples of the Shifang sword faction widened their eyes in shock and stared at him. After a while, someone reacted and shouted, Go quickly. This Tianyun is a lunatic. Swish. Lu Ming's figure was like the wind. He stepped on the void and appeared above everyone's head in a few steps. Who dares to run? Yang Zitian will be the one who ends up. Lu Ming's cold voice spread throughout the place. The disciples of the Shifang sword faction couldn't help but stop and look at Lu Ming in fear. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to kill them too? Tianyun, what are you trying to do? If you kill so many of us, the higher-ups of the Shifang sword faction will definitely go crazy and do their best to kill you. At that time, no one will be able to save you. Someone from the Shifang sword faction shouted. Who said I'm going to kill you? I just want to rob you. Alright, now, hand over your storage rings. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? Rob? The people of the Shifang sword faction were stunned. Why? If you don't want to hand them over, I don't mind killing you. Lu Ming's eyes were full of killing intent. The expressions of the people of the Shifang sword faction changed drastically. I'll hand them over. Chapter 233. What a joke. Lu Ming was simply a lunatic. He even dared to kill Yang Zitian, let alone them. If they were killed because of this, it would not be worth it. Someone took off his storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and put it away with his true energy. Since someone took the lead, the others could only take off their storage rings and hand them to Lu Ming. However, there were also some who were reluctant to do so. They gritted their teeth and almost cried. This storage ring could be said to contain all the wealth he had accumulated. Who would be willing to hand it over like this? However, when Lu Ming looked at them, they were shocked. They gritted their teeth and took off their storage rings and handed them to Lu Ming with trembling hands. 185, 186. Lu Ming kept counting as he took the rings. He was so happy that he could barely open his eyes. The disciples of the Decimo sword sect were crying and gritting their teeth so hard that their teeth were about to break. The people of the Star General Hall were dumbfounded by this scene. Soon, when the last disciple of the Decimo sword sect handed the storage ring to Lu Ming put it away with satisfaction. Alright, you can get lost now. This blood ant nest is mine. I'll kill anyone who doesn't get lost. Lu Ming said coldly. The disciples of the Decimo sword sect turned and ran as if they had been pardoned. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left. In the distance, countless disciples of the Decimo sword sect shouted, Quick, let's find a place to heal and then kill the blood ants. Otherwise, we'll lose everything. Damn it, my storage ring. Tianyun, damn Tianyun. I'll kill him when we get out of the blood ant's secret realm. Many disciples of the Decimo sword sect ran off into the distance, filled with resentment. They made use of the time to treat their injuries and hunt down the blood ants. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the people of the Star General Hall. "Brother Myeongchang, why don't you explore the blood ant nest with me?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "I couldn't ask for more." Myeongchang was delighted. "As for the rest of you, scram immediately." Subsequently, Lu Ming looked at the other Star General Hall students. These people were not good people. Just now, they just wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. "Tianyun, we're both from the Star General Hall, you can't be so overbearing, right? One person monopolizes the entire blood ant nest." A Star General Hall student said with an ugly expression. "Nonsense, so what if I'm that overbearing? If you're not convinced, let's exchange 2 moves." Lu Ming berated. The young man was stunned. What a joke, exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, wasn't that courting death? "Let's go." The others had no choice but to turn around and leave. Soon, only Lu Ming and Myeongchang were left in this place. "Brother Ming, let's go." Lu Ming turned around and strode forward. When they arrived at the edge of the blood ant's nest, they realized that there were hundreds of blood ants crawling around. Obviously, the battle earlier was too shocking and had completely alarmed the blood ants. When Lu Ming and Myeongchang walked over, the blood ants let out strange cries and pounced on the 2 of them. However, the highest level of these blood ants was only class 3 LV6. How could they be a match for Lu Ming? Soon, the ground was littered with blood ant corpses. Then, the 2 of them charged into the blood ant nest. In the blood ant nest, the tunnels were intertwined and extended in all directions. The 2 of them did not need to identify the direction and charged forward casually. They killed as long as they saw blood ants. An hour later, Lu Ming had killed more than 200 blood ants and harvested more than 1,000 blood ant eggs. On the other hand, Ming Cheng's harvest was not small either. He had about 200 of them. The 2 of them went around in circles and did not know how far they had gone. Suddenly, their eyes widened and a huge underground cave appeared in front of them. Once they arrived at the cave, the 2 of them were stunned. Blood ant eggs. A large number of blood ant eggs were piled up in the cave. Each of them was red and translucent, like garbage piled up in the cave. These were all shed by the blood ants. The blood ant eggs were not the eggs of the blood ants. They were energy crystals that contained powerful blood essence. "How many blood ant eggs are there?" Myeongchang was dumbfounded. "What? There are at least tens of thousands of them?" Lu Ming was also in a daze. Their eyes flashed with a blazing light. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, a sharp cry was heard. The 2 of them then realized that there was a huge creature in the middle of the cave. It was a gigantic blood ant. It was at least 10 meters tall as it lay there. Its abdomen was huge and there were strings of blood ant eggs hanging from it. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Mother ant. This was the mother ant of the blood ant. The 2 of them were attracted by the countless blood ant eggs and almost forgot about the mother ant's existence. The mother ant's huge eyes stared at the 2 of them and let out a sharp cry. Swoosh. At the side of the cave, there was a violent sound of something breaking through the air. A strong and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. It was a blood ant, but it was as huge as a water buffalo. Its body was fiery red and translucent like red jade. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming raised his spear and swept it across. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood ant was repelled. However, Lu Ming felt his body go numb and he took a few steps back. What a powerful ability! This is a class 9 LV3 blood ant. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. Whoosh! At this moment, another blood ant rushed out from another cave on the other side of the cave. This blood ant was not smaller than the previous one and it emitted a powerful aura. "Brother Ming, you should leave first," Lu Ming said. "Okay." Myeongchang nodded without hesitation, then turned around and ran toward the passage behind him. Facing a Class 9 LV3 blood ant, he knew that he had no power to fight back. If he stayed, he would only be a burden to Lu Ming. Now, let's have a good fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The demon-banishing spear trembled and let out a buzzing sound. He rushed out and attacked the blood ant. Boom! The demon-banishing spear blasted out with the power of wind and fire. Bam! The long spear and the blood ant's claws collided. There was a violent explosion and a loud rumbling sound in the cave. After the first blood ant was repelled, the next one rushed forward. 2 Class 9 LV3 blood ants joined forces and attacked Lu Ming crazily. Lu Ming raised his cultivation to the maximum and used the power of wind and fire to fight against the 2 blood ants. Squeak, 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 the mother ant shrieked. Dragging its huge body, it dashed toward Lu Ming. Its long and sharp claws were like knives, slashing toward Lu Ming. Its power was shocking. It was not inferior to that of the 2 blood ants. Obviously, the mother ant also had the combat strength of a Class 9 LV3. 3 Class 9 LV3 blood ants attacked Lu Ming at the same time, which made Lu Ming feel great pressure. Ancient shield. With a thought, 3 ancient shields appeared around Lu Ming's body. After cultivating for 2 months in the Divine Wind Valley, the ancient shield technique had broken through to the 3rd level and could condense 3 ancient shields. Clang. Chapter 234. The 3 ancient shields could be controlled at will, blocking Lu Ming's entire body. With the ancient shields protecting his body, Lu Ming was in an invincible position. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He stared at one of the blood ants and launched a torrential attack on it. Myeongcheng, who was running in the blood ant nest, smiled bitterly when he heard the deafening roar behind him. Brother Tianyun is really monstrous. I have to get out quickly. Otherwise, this blood ant nest will collapse. Myeongcheng ran with all his might. In the blood ant nest, Lu Ming became more and more courageous as he fought. He did not have to worry about himself at all. He attacked with all his might and suppressed a blood ant. Puchi. The demon-suppressing spear pierced the blood ant's hard shell and blasted a big hole. What a hard shell. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. If he did not attack with the power of wind and fire, he would not be able to break through the blood ant's defense. Martial artists below the 9th realm of the Martial Grandmaster realm would not be able to break through the blood ant's defense. It was no wonder that so many blood ant eggs had been piled up in the blood ant nest for so many years without being taken away. Those who entered were all martial artists below the 7th realm of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Who could be a match for these blood ants? Even a genius like Yang Zitian, who had broken through to the 7th realm of the Martial Grandmaster realm, would not be a match for these blood ants. At most, he would be able to plunder some and then escape. Whoosh! Lu Ming stabbed his spear again. It pierced through the blood ant's wound and went all the way to the hilt. The blood ant screamed and struggled frantically. Die! Lu Ming's spear shook and powerful true energy burst out. It rushed into the blood ant's body and smashed its organs into pieces. Finally, he killed a blood ant. Without any delay, Lu Ming killed another one. A few minutes later. Bang! As the last mother ant fell to the ground, the 3 powerful blood ants were all killed by Lu Ming. Collect. Subsequently, Lu Ming began to plunder without restraint. Rays of light enveloped the blood ant eggs in the cave as he collected them into his storage ring. Lu Ming didn't count them, so he didn't know how many he had collected. 2 minutes later, all the blood ant eggs in the cave had been collected. Huh, we're rich. Lu Ming couldn't help but grin. Then, he controlled his bloodline and devoured the blood essence of the 3 blood ants. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon and started to refine the essence blood. This refinement took more than a day. The essence blood of the 3 blood ants was completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation skyrocketed from the 5th level of the Martial Master realm to the early 6th level of the Martial Master realm. The amount of energy required to cultivate now is indeed much more terrifying. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. This was the essence blood of 3 Class 9 blood ants, which was 4 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Moreover, the essence blood and blood chi of the blood ants were twice as rich as that of ordinary demonic beasts. 3 Class 9 blood ants were only enough to raise Lu Ming's cultivation by 1 level. This showed that the amount of energy required by Lu Ming was terrifying. Now that I'm in the 6th level of the Martial Master realm, I'll need at least 20 Class 9 blood ants to level up. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Moreover, his bloodline had yet to level up. He didn't know how much essence blood he would need to level up to the 7th level. I can't let go of the corpses of the 3 blood ants. Their shells are rare materials for refining weapons. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the corpses of the 3 blood ants into a storage ring. The secret territory is about to close. Myeongchang must be waiting anxiously outside. Let's go. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he ran outside. Soon, Lu Ming came out of the blood ant's nest. As soon as he came out, he saw Myeongchang anxiously pacing back and forth. Brother Ming. Lu Ming called out. Tianyun, you're finally out. I thought you were beaten by a few ants. Myeongchang let out a long breath and grinned when he saw Lu Ming. How can a few ants do anything to me? Lu Ming smiled and moved his hand. A storage ring appeared. Brother Ming, there are some blood ant eggs inside. I got them from the blood ant's nest. Take them. Lu Ming said. No. You got them with your own strength. How can I take them? Moreover, I've already gained a lot from following you into the blood ant's nest. Myeongchang waved his hand and firmly refused. Lu Ming offered more, but Myeongchang refused to take them. Seeing this, Lu Ming did not insist. He put away the storage ring and went to the exit of the secret territory with Myeongchang. The exit of the secret territory was on the easternmost mountain in the blood ant's secret territory. Once the 10 days were up, the elders of the imperial family and the Hall of General would work together to open an exit for them. A light gate appeared outside the blood ant's secret territory. Many figures appeared around the light gate and they were all looking at it. There were people from the imperial family and also from the Shifang sword faction. However, there were more people than 10 days ago. Moreover, some of them were floating in the air. They were all martial grandmasters. On the imperial family's side, Hua Qi was among them. At the front was the red-haired old man and Akira no Ji. Akira no Ji glanced at the imperial family and sneered. Old Monster Hong, why did you send so many people here? Are you going to settle the score with us when you see all the people from the Hall of General get killed? Do you want to fight with us? I'm just taking precautions. I'm afraid that your Shifang sword faction disciples will be at a disadvantage in the secret territory and die in there. If that happens, you'll be angry and harm the disciples of the Hall of General. The red-haired old man replied with a sneer. Ha ha ha. Akira no Ji laughed and said, my Shifang sword faction disciples will be at a disadvantage? Die in there? With your Hall of General? That's impossible. That will never happen. Life is unpredictable. The red-haired old man said. That's impossible. Let me tell you clearly that killing is not prohibited in the blood ant's secret territory. If my Shifang sword faction disciples really die in there, it's because they're not strong enough. They can't blame anyone. Are you afraid that we'll attack? What a joke. Akira no Ji said calmly. That's what you said. Remember it. The red-haired old man snorted. Old red monster, you're so confident. Don't tell me you think that Tianyun can pose a threat to my Shifang sword faction disciples? Let me tell you, that's impossible. At this moment, that Tianyun has already died in the hands of my Shifang sword faction elites. Akira no Ji sneered. Died in the hands of your Shifang sword faction disciples? I don't think so. The red-haired old man said. Don't think so? Well then, how about we make a bet? I have a piece of heavenly star mithril here. I heard that you have a yunluo fruit. I'll use the heavenly star mithril to bet with you on the Yunluo fruit. How about that? Akira no Ji said. Many people were shocked when they heard that. What? Heavenly star mithril, Yunluo fruit? Such a big bet? A martial arts grandmaster expert exclaimed. Heavenly star mithril was an extremely precious refining material. It was a top level 4 material and could be used to refine level 4 spiritual weapons. The Yunluo fruit was a level 4 spiritual medicine and could be used to refine level 4 elixirs. Level 4 materials and spiritual medicine belonged to the martial arts grandmaster level and were extremely precious. The Heavenly Star Mithril and the Yunluo fruit were top level 4 items. Chapter 235. The red-haired old man muttered to himself. 100,000 spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for martial grandmasters or warriors with lower cultivation levels. However, it was much better for Wuzongs. Martial grandmasters were also known as grandmasters. In the Scorching Sun Empire, they were definitely top-notch experts and belonged to the upper echelons. Compared to them, martial grandmasters were too far apart. Naturally, their value was not ordinary. However, 100,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount. Even a Wuzong would have to think twice. Old Monster Hong, what's wrong? You don't dare to bet? Just say it. Don't be stubborn. Akira no Ji sneered. Who says I don't dare to bet? Let's bet. There are so many witnesses here. I hope you won't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid you'll be the one going back on your word. Old Monster Hong, your Yunluo fruit is mine. Akira no Ji laughed heartily. He was 100% confident that he could win because Yang Zitian was in the Shifang sword faction. He knew Yang Zitian's strength very well. Yang Zitian had threatened to kill Tianyun. As long as Tianyun encountered Yang Zitian, he would be dead for sure. Everyone waited quietly. After a while, someone's coming out. Someone shouted. Sure enough, the light gate flickered and people came out one after another. Soon, dozens of young men came out. They were all disciples of the Shifang sword faction. The elders of the Shifang sword faction, including Akira no Ji, looked calm. All of this was within their expectations. However, they did not notice that the disciples of the Shifang sword faction looked a little gloomy. They continued to pay attention to the light gate. After that, the light gate kept flickering and people kept coming out. Soon, more than 200 people came out. All of them were disciples of the Shifang sword faction. None of them were from the general hall. The red-haired old man, Hua Qi, and the other elders of the imperial family looked more and more gloomy. How is this possible? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Hua Qi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with worry. Ha ha ha, old Monster Hong, I think your Star General Hall is most likely going to be completely annihilated. You've lost for sure. Quickly hand over the Yunluo fruit. Akira no Ji laughed heartily. The red-haired old man's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Akira no Ji, don't be too proud. It's not time yet. No one knows the result until the very last moment. Old Monster Hong, you really know how to deceive yourself. Alright, let's wait and see. Akira no Ji sneered. Elder Chiu, at this time, a disciple of the Shifang sword faction wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Akira no Ji. Akira no Ji waved his hand and said domineeringly, Alright, you guys did well this time. Thank you for your hard work, but not everyone is here yet. We'll talk about the blood and eggs later. The young man still wanted to say something, but Akira no Ji's face darkened. He swallowed his words when he glared at him. At this time, the light gate shone again, and more than 20 young men appeared. These 20 young men were all from the Star General Hall. The red-haired old man and the others were overjoyed. You're just lucky. I don't know where you hid, but who knows how many blood and eggs you've obtained. Don't even think that one blood refining pill is enough to refine them. Akira no Ji sneered. The red-haired old man and the others were silent. They did not have much hope in their hearts. As time passed, more and more people came out. They were all disciples of the Shifang sword faction. In the end, about 280 people came out from the Shifang sword faction. This made the faces of Akira no Ji and the others from the Shifang sword faction turn ugly. The time was almost up, and the light gate was about to close. Once the light gate closed, they could not open it again. They could only wait for 3 years before they could open it again. But at this time, there were still so many people from the Shifang sword faction who had not come out. More importantly, 2 of the 6 geniuses who had comprehended force did not come out. One of them was Yang Zitian. He must have been delayed by the blood ant nest. Akira no Ji comforted himself. Lu Ming. Hua Qi's eyes widened as he stared at the light gate. Lu Ming had not come out yet, and he was afraid that something might have happened. Time passed slowly, and the time for the light gate to close was getting closer and closer. However, no one came out. What's going on? What's going on? Akira no Ji was a little anxious. The others were fine, but Yang Zitian had not come out yet. How could it be? Buzz. At this time, the light gate flashed slightly, and 2 figures appeared. Akira no Ji, the red-haired old man, and the other elders of the 2 factions stared intently. The 2 figures' silhouettes slowly became clearer. Tianyun? How is that possible? Akira no Ji roared in disbelief. Tianyun, it's Tianyun. The red-haired old man's eyes widened. Then, he was overjoyed and laughed loudly. The 2 people who came out later were naturally Lu Ming and Myeongcheng. Damn it, Tianyun must have found a place to hide. He didn't encounter Yang Zitian and the other disciples. Damn it. Akira no Ji roared in his heart. Huh, Akira no Ji, Tianyun is still alive. You lost. Hand over the heavenly star mystic silver. Don't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Akira no Ji's expression was ugly. He was reluctant to do so, but he couldn't go back on his word in front of everyone. It's all Tianyun's fault. Why didn't he die? He roared in his heart and blamed everything on Lu Ming. However, he had no choice. He gritted his teeth and took out a fist-sized piece of metal that was shining with silver light and gave it to the red-haired old man. This was the heavenly star mystic silver. The other martial ancestor realm experts looked at the red-haired old man with envy. Huh, I won't stand on ceremony then. The red-haired old man laughed and kept it. Then, he looked at Lu Ming. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he liked him. Why hasn't Yang Zitian come out yet? Akira no Ji stared at the light door with a gloomy face. Bam! Suddenly, the light door shook violently. Then, it exploded with a bang and turned into specks of light that dissipated. How could this be? Where's Yang Zitian? Why hasn't he come out? Akira no Ji roared. What happened? Why hasn't Yang Zitian come out? And why are there so many disciples? What happened? The other elders of the Shifang sword sect also roared in anger. Senior brother Yang Zitian is dead. Suddenly, a disciple of the Shifang sword sect shouted. Everyone fell silent. Akira no Ji stared at the disciple with an ugly face and shouted, What did you say? Yang Zitian is dead? How could he be dead? Who in the blood ant's secret realm can kill him? Even when facing the mother ant, he could escape unscathed. How could he be dead? Akira no Ji roared in anger. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body as he stared at the disciple. He's really dead. Most of the senior and junior brothers here saw it. The disciple shouted. Yes, elder. Yang Zitian is really dead. The other disciples nodded in agreement. Akira no Ji's face was ashen. He stared at the disciple and shouted, Why didn't you say so earlier? Elder Chiu, I wanted to say it just now, but you didn't let me. The disciple felt wronged. You. Chapter 236. Just now, this disciple did want to say something but was stopped by him, causing the other disciples to keep quiet. But just now, he was in high spirits and wanted to give the red-haired old man a good beating. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Yang Zetian would die in the blood ant's secret realm. Now that he thought about it, he felt utterly humiliated. Speak, how did Yang Zetian die? Akira no Ji gritted his teeth and asked. It's him, Tianyun. Senior brother Yang Zetian was killed by Tianyun. The disciple pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. What? Everyone was shocked. Except for those who had entered the blood ant's secret realm, everyone looked at Lu Ming. Yang Zetian was killed by Tianyun? How was this possible? Was Tianyun that powerful? Even the red-haired old man, Hua Qi, and the others were shocked. Damn it. A cold murderous intent burst out from Akira no Ji's body. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Ming coldly, roaring, Tianyun, speak, what despicable means did you use? Did you secretly kill Yang Zetian? Secretly kill? Lu Ming's lips curled up. Do I need to secretly kill Yang Zetian? Nonsense, you didn't secretly kill him. You can kill Yang Zetian. Even 10 of you won't be enough. Akira no Ji shouted angrily, not believing Lu Ming's words at all. Lu Ming sneered and didn't explain. Elder Chiu, I have something to say, the 10 Directions Sword Sect disciple spoke again. Shut up. Akira no Ji shouted angrily. That disciple immediately shut up, but his face was flushed red. What do you want to say? Say it now. Qiu Wuji shouted angrily as he recalled what had happened before. He was so angry that he took a deep breath. Elder Qiu, senior brother Yang Zetian was really killed by Tianyun. Senior brother Yang Zetian was no match for Tianyun and was killed by Tianyun. The young man said. How is that possible? Did you look carefully? Qiu Wuji asked loudly. It's not just me. Most of the senior and junior brothers are here. The young man said. Although the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect had ugly expressions, they all nodded in agreement. How could this be? Qiu Wuji and the others were still in disbelief. A motley crew from the Star General Hall was able to kill a peerless genius of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. This had never happened before. Elder Qiu, you have to seek justice for us. This Tianyun is simply a madman, a beast. Not only did he kill senior brother Yang Zetian, but he also snatched our storage rings. All of our storage rings were taken away by him. All of our wealth and the blood ant eggs that we obtained from hunting blood ants were also taken away by him. A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword Sect screamed. What? What? Qiu Wuji and all the elders of the 10 Directions Sword Sect were stunned. Their mouths were wide open as they stood there in a daze. The red-haired old man, Hua Qi, and the other members of the imperial family were not much different. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Damn it, you little bastard, I'll kill you. After a long while, Qiu Wuji finally reacted. His hair stood on end and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With a furious roar, a violent wave of true qi blasted towards Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming was already prepared. He pulled Myungchang and instantly moved dozens of meters away, rushing towards the red-haired old man and the others. Qiu Wuji, what are you doing? The red-haired old man roared and rushed out, throwing out a punch. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. The red-haired old man and Qiu Wuji exchanged blows, and the earth almost cracked open. Get lost. Today, I must kill that little bastard Tianyun. Qiu Wuji glared fiercely at Lu Ming and bellowed furiously. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed. Little bastard, what are you laughing at? Qiu Wuji scolded. Old man, do you really think that the Decimo Sword Sect is the ruler of the Blazing Sun Empire? I'm a member of the royal family. You want to kill me for no reason? Are you looking down on the four major sects and the royal family? Lu Ming shouted, using the four major sects and the royal family to suppress him. For no reason. You killed the disciples of my Decimo sword sect and even snatched their storage rings. Don't you deserve to die? Qiu Wuji roared. Huh, what a joke. Let me ask you, is killing and plundering not prohibited in the Blood Ant's secret realm? Lu Ming questioned loudly. Qiu Wuji froze and his face turned gloomy. He couldn't answer this question. Since killing and plundering are not prohibited, then it's normal for me to kill your disciples and snatch their storage rings. What right do you have to kill me? Moreover, before entering the Blood Ant's secret realm, all the disciples of your Decimo sword sect said that they wanted to kill me. I resisted and killed them back. Isn't that right? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he faced Qiu Wuji without fear and questioned loudly. Qiu Wuji's face turned ugly and the other disciples of the Decimo sword sect didn't say anything. Lu Ming was right. Nothing was prohibited in the Blood Ant's secret realm. Killing and plundering were the main themes of the Blood Ant's secret realm. What a sharp-tongued little thing. So what? Let me tell you, even if the disciples of my Decimo sword sect want to kill you, you have to let them kill you. You can't resist or you'll die. Qiu Wuji said coldly. He was overbearing and unreasonable. Lu Ming sneered and didn't bother to say anything. This old man was simply shameless to the extreme. Qiu Wuji, you're really shameless. Only 20 or so people of my Star General Hall came out. The rest were killed by your Decimo sword sect. In the past, according to what you said, you're allowed to kill my disciples and I'll kill you instead. What kind of bullshit logic is that? Fine, then from now on, your Decimo sword sect can go back to the Decimo mountain. The Blood Ant's secret realm will be mined by my Decimo sword sect alone. The red-haired old man roared. You're dreaming if you want to mine alone. It's better if it's the other way around. An old man of the Decimo sword sect sneered. Old red monster, get out of my way. I must kill Tianyun today. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you as well. At that time, my Decimo sword sect's army and the imperial family will be destroyed. Qiu Wuji said coldly and overbearingly. How dare you? Hua Qi shouted. Qiu Wuji actually said that he wanted to destroy the imperial family. Qiu Wuji, your Decimo sword sect is ambitious and should be punished by the world. The red-haired old man roared. Qiu Wuji's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't help but regret saying those words out of desperation. Even if the Decimo sword sect had such ambitions, they couldn't say it out loud. Or rather, it wasn't the time to say such words. Qiu Wuji, come, let's fight. Today, we'll fight to the death. The red-haired old man strode forward like a lion. His hair and beard were fluttering. He was obviously furious. Today, this prince will protect Tianyun. Whoever wants to kill him will have to kill me first. Chapter 237. Hua Qi stepped forward in a domineering manner. A few martial ancestor realm elders from the imperial family followed closely behind Hua Qi, their bodies emitting powerful auras. Damn it, you're courting death. Akira no Ji roared in his heart, but he did not make a move in the end. Right now, the Shifang sword sect hadn't reached the point of falling out with the imperial family. Hua Qi was a real prince, the eighth son of the current emperor. If they killed Hua Qi as well, it would be tantamount to starting a war with the imperial family. At that time, the four major sects would join forces to attack the Shifang sword sect. The Shifang sword sect wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, there were many experts from the imperial family this time. Even if he wanted to make a move, he was not confident. Good, very good. Eighth Prince, you're determined to go against the Decimo sword faction. I hope you won't regret it. Also, do you think you can protect Tianyun by doing this? Naive, let's wait and see. Akira no Ji roared. He waved his hand and left with the disciples of the Decimo sword faction. The disciples of the Decimo sword faction had a gloomy expression on their faces. They had suffered a complete defeat in this trip to the Blood Ant's secret realm. Although they had killed a large number of disciples from the Star General Hall, they were just a mob in their eyes. On the other hand, the Decimo Sword faction had lost 60 to 70 disciples, especially young Zetian who had been killed. Moreover, most of the storage rings of the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction had been taken by Lu Ming. Most of the Blood Ant eggs had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. They had lost almost all their face. Ha ha ha. The red-haired elder laughed heartily. Tianyun, thank you, Elder Hong. Thank you, 8th Prince. Lu Ming stepped forward and thanked the red-haired elder and Hua Qi with cupped fists. Tianyun, there's no need to be so courteous. Hua Qi helped Lu Ming up. Tianyun, I should be thanking you. Not only did you help me win a piece of heavenly star mithril, but you also suppressed the arrogance of the Decimo Sword faction. It's really satisfying. The red-haired elder laughed. They wanted to kill me, I was only retaliating. Lu Ming smiled. Huh, let's go back to the Star General Hall. The red-haired old man laughed and waved his hand. Immediately, the group returned to the Star General Hall. Count your gains first. Come here tomorrow morning to count the number of Blood Ant eggs. In a large hall of the General Hall, the red-haired old man instructed. Everyone nodded their heads and dispersed. When Lu Ming returned to his dorm, he hurriedly entered the Supreme Divine Palace. He couldn't wait to see what he had gained. In front of him was a pile of storage rings. There were close to 300 of them, all of which belonged to the disciples of the Decimo Sword sect. Lu Ming began to take inventory. He placed one Blood Ant egg in one spiritual crystal. The other things were also sorted and put away. There were simply too many items. It took Lu Ming a total of 6 hours to do an inventory check. Looking at the things in front of him, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then, he was overjoyed. The harvest was simply too great. The Blood Ant eggs were obtained by the disciples of the Decimo Sword sect. Including the ones he obtained from the Blood Ant nest, there were more than 23,000 of them. Among them, there were more than 13,000 in the Blood Ant nest. The 300 disciples of the Decimo Sword sect contributed about 10,000 of them. 23,000 eggs was a huge number. In history, no one had ever obtained so many Blood Ant eggs. 6 Blood Ant eggs could be exchanged for 1 blood refinement pill. 23,000 Blood Ant eggs could be exchanged for 3,800 blood refinement pills. More than 3,800 blood refinement pills. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The more he accumulated before the second bloodline awakening, the better. Lu Ming put away all the Blood Ant eggs in a storage ring. Then, he looked at the pile of spiritual crystals. There were a total of 620,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming almost drooled. Including the spiritual crystals he had before, he had more than 700,000 spiritual crystals. Robbing is still the best. Lu Ming exclaimed. Of course, this was just a thought. He would not rob for no reason. In addition to the Blood Ant eggs and spiritual crystals, there were other things, such as various spiritual herbs, spiritual weapons, and all kinds of refining materials. However, most of them were not of high grades. A few were of level 3, while most were of level 2 and level 1. But there were so many of them, their value was shocking. Not to mention the other things, the hundreds of storage rings were worth a lot. Lu Ming planned to find a chance to clean up these miscellaneous things. After putting everything away, Lu Ming began to cultivate with satisfaction. The next day, Lu Ming went to the main hall. He found that the red-haired elder and Hua Qi were there. Tianyun. Hua Qi greeted Lu Ming with a smile. Lu Ming also smiled. In addition to them, there were a few elders from the imperial family. Soon, more than 20 students who participated in the Blood Ant's secret realm arrived. Okay, now take out the Blood Ant eggs that you obtained from the Blood Ant's secret realm and give them to the elders of the imperial family to refine blood refinement pills. Under normal circumstances, 3 Blood Ant eggs can be used to refine 1 blood refinement pill. According to the rules, you can exchange 6 blood ant eggs for 1 blood refinement pill. The red-haired elder explained the rules again. Everyone nodded. Then, a young man stepped forward and took out a storage ring. The storage ring lit up, and immediately, numerous red and translucent blood ant eggs appeared on the table. An elder began to count. There are 62 blood ant eggs in total. 60 of them can be exchanged for 10 blood refinement pills. The imperial family will buy the remaining 2 blood ant eggs at 300 spiritual crystals per egg. Are you willing? The imperial family elder asked. I am willing. The young man said. If one did not know how to refine blood refinement pills, it was useless to keep the blood ant eggs. It was better to sell them, 300 spiritual crystals per egg. On the side, Lu Ming gasped and his eyes were burning. He wanted to sell all the blood ant eggs. How many spiritual crystals could he get? Of course, it was just a thought. No amount of spiritual crystals was more important than blood refinement pills. Even if one had spiritual crystals, they would not be able to buy blood refinement pills in the market. Then, they counted them one by one. Most of the Star General Hall students did not obtain many blood ant eggs. They only obtained about 100 blood ant eggs. The most they obtained was slightly more than 200. However, Myongcheng surprised everyone. He obtained more than 360 blood ant eggs and was temporarily ranked first. Myongcheng grinned. He was able to obtain so many thanks to Lu Ming. He followed Lu Ming to hunt blood ants in the blood ant nest and obtained more than 200 blood ant eggs. Including his own, he had more than 360 blood ant eggs. Now, Tianyun. The red-haired elder said. Whoosh. Whoosh. Everyone's gazes were focused on Lu Ming, looking forward to it. Lu Ming had robbed most of the Decimo Sword faction disciples' storage rings. How many blood ant eggs could he obtain? Everyone was very curious. Isn't this table too small? I don't think it can fit all of them. Lu Ming looked at the table and smiled bitterly. Ah. Chapter 238. The table was not big enough? This was the first time they had heard of such a reason. Bring the table over. The red-haired old man roared with excitement written all over his face. The others immediately brought over a few tables and placed them together, occupying more than half of the hall. Lu Ming nodded slightly and took out a storage ring. Everyone stared intently at it. The storage ring glowed, and a small mountain appeared on the table. It was a small mountain of blood ant eggs. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. So many? How many can there be? A student from the Star General Hall stuttered, almost biting his own tongue. Oh my God, isn't this too much? Could it be that Tianyun emptied the entire blood ant nest? Another young man shouted. Start counting. The elders of the imperial family came to their senses and started counting excitedly. Not long after, the number was announced. 23,153. One of the elders reported the number with a trembling voice. Hiss, gasps could be heard in the hall. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked by the number. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, dumbfounded. How many blood refining pills could he exchange for with so many blood ant eggs? 23,153 eggs can be exchanged for 3,858 eggs. There are also 5 extra blood ant eggs in exchange for spirit crystals, the elder announced, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Hua Qi. Wait a minute. Tianyun obtained such a large number of blood ant eggs. There is no need to count so seriously. I will make the decision. Tianyun's blood ant eggs can be exchanged for 4,000 blood refining pills. Make it a round number. Hua Qi announced. Yes, 8th Prince. The elder noted it down. Thank you, 8th Prince. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Lu Ming would not reject the offer of more than 100 blood refining pills. Then, the royal family elder put away all of the blood ant eggs. Of course, he didn't have any blood refining pills right now. He had to wait until all the blood ant eggs were refined into blood-refining pills before he could give them to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming wasn't afraid that the royal family would swallow his blood ant egg. Not to mention his relationship with Hua Qi, even without this layer of relationship, the royal family wouldn't do so. Given the current situation of the royal family, they urgently needed the assistance of talents. If the royal family were to swallow the eggs of these blood ants, they would be short-sighted and digging their own grave. Therefore, Lu Ming was very relieved. Lu Ming, this time, you have completely offended the Shifang sword sect and caused them to lose face. They will not let you off. After some time, the Shifang sword sect will definitely send more powerful geniuses to look for you. You must be careful. Before leaving, Hua Qi reminded Lu Ming in a low voice. Don't worry. Do you think I'm scared? Lu Ming said with a smile. Hua Qi was stunned and then smiled. Ever since he met Lu Ming, he had never seen Lu Ming afraid of anyone. Okay, I'll wait for the good news of you killing everyone. Hua Qi said with a smile and then left. After Hua Qi and the others left, Lu Ming left and returned to the dormitory. I'll go to the Earth Essence Cave to consolidate my cultivation, then buy resources to break through. After returning, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then walked towards the Earth Essence Cave. This time, he flashed Hua Qi's token and the expert guarding the entrance gave him a pile of inscription stones, allowing him to cultivate for as long as he wanted. Lu Ming was secretly delighted. He took the inscription stones and entered the Earth Essence Cave. He didn't stop and went all the way down. On the third and fourth floor, there were still people sitting cross-legged, trying to snatch other people's cultivation rooms. When Lu Ming passed by, their expressions changed when they saw Lu Ming. Although it was only a day's time, the incident of Lu Ming in the Blood Ant's secret realm had already spread throughout the Star General Hall. Many people knew of Tianyun's name. Lu Ming's methods shocked everyone. Lu Ming had another nickname, Ruthless. They looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of awe. Lu Ming only glanced at them casually and continued to go down. When he reached the 5th floor, Lu Ming still didn't stop and continued to go down to the 6th floor. The fire attribute spiritual qi on the 6th floor was several times denser than the 5th floor. Lu Ming opened a secret room, walked in, and began to cultivate. Lu Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed after devouring the blood essence of the blood ant. His foundation was a little unstable, so he could use the fire attribute spiritual qi to stabilize his foundation. 10 days later, Lu Ming's foundation was incomparably stable. It was impregnable and flawless. At this moment, Lu Ming walked out of the Earth Essence Cave. Anyway, he could cultivate at any time. Lu Ming didn't care how long he cultivated. After walking out of the Earth Essence Cave, Lu Ming walked out of the Star General Hall and walked towards the largest market in the imperial capital. The market in the imperial capital was incomparably huge and occupied a vast area. Here, there were many shops and merchant associations. There were even many merchant associations that were not native to the Blazing Sun Empire. They came from other empires and brought some of their specialties. There were 36 empires near the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Blazing Sun Empire was just an inferior empire. Therefore, the market in the imperial capital was filled with people at all times. Lu Ming walked on the streets of the market. There were too many things for his eyes to take in as he looked left and right. Soon, Lu Ming came to a 5-story building that occupied a large area. 100 Treasures Pavilion. The 3 words inlaid in gold were extraordinary. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked in. Young master, is there anything I can help you with? As soon as Lu Ming walked into the 100 Treasures Pavilion, a sweet-looking girl came up to him. Now, Lu Ming had an extraordinary aura. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, just by standing there casually, he exuded an extraordinary aura that no one dared to ignore. Naturally, the girl was very attentive. I'm here to buy some demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming smiled. Buy demonic beast blood essence? The sweet-looking girl was delighted. Demonic beast blood essence was usually used to refine weapons or elixirs. It was very valuable. Those who could buy it were usually big customers. Young master, what grade of demonic beast blood essence are you looking for? The girl suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked. Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming said. Now, he was looking for Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence. Those below Class 9 LV3 would not be of much help to him. Class 9 LV3? The girl suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Immediately, it attracted the attention of others. The surrounding people all looked over. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Wasn't this girl's reaction a little too big? Why? You don't have it? Lu Ming asked. The girl covered her mouth and looked around. When she heard Lu Ming's words, she hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, yes, young master. Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence is very precious. Young master, please follow me to the guest room. I'll ask the shopkeeper to come over. All right. Lu Ming nodded. It was fine as long as she had it. He followed the girl to a guest room at the back. Naturally, someone had already brewed the best tea. After a while, a chubby shopkeeper came in with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists and said, Young master, I heard that you're looking for Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence. Chapter 239. Young master, the Class 9 LV3 demonic beast's essence blood is expensive. The shopkeeper smiled. Oh. How many spiritual crystals for one? Lu Ming asked. A Class 9 LV3 demonic beast's essence blood costs 25,000 spiritual crystals. The shopkeeper replied. Hiss, even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he still took a deep breath. A Class 9 LV3 demonic beast's essence blood costs 25,000 spiritual crystals. That was too terrifying. Young master, the higher the level of the demonic beast's essence blood, the harder it is to collect it. Moreover, the cost of storing it is very high. This price is not high. The shopkeeper explained. Lu Ming nodded. He certainly understood this. How many essence blood do you need? The shopkeeper asked. 20 essence blood for now. Lu Ming thought for a while and said. What? 20. 20 essence blood? The shopkeeper exclaimed as the fat on his face trembled. What? You don't have that many? Lu Ming frowned and asked. Yes, yes, absolutely. The shopkeeper shouted excitedly. He knew that he had a big customer today. Normally, inscriptionists would only buy a few essence blood to refine pills or refine equipment. How could they buy so many? Moreover, only inscriptionists above the martial ancestor realm would buy the essence blood of a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast. It was very rare to buy 20 essence blood of a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast in one go. The shopkeeper's heart trembled with excitement. I'll send someone to get it right away. The shopkeeper shouted and then sent someone to get it. Shopkeeper, how much is a Class 9 LV3 monster core? Lu Ming asked. You still want to buy monster cores? The shopkeeper was even more delighted and quickly replied, a Class 9 LV3 monster core is much cheaper than a demonic beast's essence blood because it is convenient to store and contains more impurities than a demonic beast's essence blood. Generally, it is 1/5 of the price of a demonic beast's essence blood of the same level. A Class 9 LV3 monster core costs about 5,000 spiritual crystals. Alright, give me 30 monster cores. Lu Ming said without hesitation. Alright, please wait for a moment. I'll send someone to deliver it right away. After saying that, the shopkeeper hurriedly got up and walked out. After a while, the shopkeeper walked in with a few young girls carrying a few jade boxes. Young master, here's the blood essence and Yao core you want. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming took a look and saw 20 portions of Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence and 30 Class 9 LV3 demonic beast cores. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out a storage ring and handed it to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, here are 650,000 spirit crystals. Please count them." The shopkeeper took the ring and scanned it with his consciousness. His smile became even brighter as he said, "Young master, since you bought so many items at once, we have a discount. This time, we only charge you 600,000 spiritual crystals. Also, this is our store's VIP card. As long as young master comes again, all of your items will be 20% off." The shopkeeper took out a golden VIP card and 50,000 spirit crystals and handed them to Lu Ming. "Thank you." Lu Ming was overjoyed and accepted it without hesitation. Lu Ming would not hesitate to accept it since he could save 50,000 spirit crystals. Also, he would get a 20% discount when he came again. Lu Ming was very tempted. With a wave of his hand, he kept the blood essence and Yao core. At the side, a few beautiful young girls looked at Lu Ming with sparkles in their eyes. He had spent 600,000 spirit crystals in one go. In their hearts, Lu Ming was a high and mighty figure. It would be great if we could get the attention of such a figure. The young girls thought to themselves. However, they knew that it was impossible. How could someone like Lu Ming be interested in them? "Shopkeeper, I'll take my leave." Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. Lu Ming did not feel the pinch of spending 600,000 spirit crystals in one go. After all, he had gotten them from the Decimo Sword faction disciples. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and could not wait to start cultivating. First, Lu Ming controlled his bloodline and swallowed a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast's blood essence. He then started refining it. This time, Lu Ming did not use it to increase his cultivation. Instead, he used all the energy in the blood essence to increase his bloodline grade. The Yao core was enough for him to increase his cultivation. 2 hours later, the blood essence was completely refined. There were 6 blood-red chakras in his bloodline. They were extremely dazzling, but the 7th chakra was not born. In addition to the blood essence of the 3 blood ants, Su Mo had swallowed 4 Class 9 LV3 demonic beasts' blood essence. However, his bloodline grade had not increased. This showed how difficult it was to increase his bloodline grade. Then, Lu Ming took out another Class 9 LV3 demonic beast's blood essence and started swallowing it. After swallowing it, he took out another one. Just like that, Su Mo swallowed 15 demonic beasts' blood essences and used them all to increase his bloodline grade. Suddenly, his bloodline trembled and the 7th blood-red chakra was born. When the 7th blood-red chakra was born, the spirit-devouring bloodline that was like a long snake roared to the sky. Its body shone brightly and expanded rapidly. It became thicker and longer. In the end, it turned into a giant python that was about 10 meters long. It floated above Lu Ming's head. It evolved. The spirit-devouring bloodline evolved again. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The spirit-devouring bloodline had evolved once when it was promoted to level 4. At that time, it had evolved from a finger-sized worm to a small snake. Now, it had evolved from a small snake to a giant python. What would it become after the next evolution? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. The giant python roared and opened its mouth. A powerful devouring power burst out. The devouring power was several times stronger than before. Continue to devour. Lu Ming took out another demonic beast's blood essence. But this time, it only took him half an hour to completely refine it. The 7th chakra became brighter. Then, Lu Ming refined the remaining 4 demonic beasts' blood essences in one breath. I wonder how much demonic beast's blood essence I need to increase my bloodline grade to level 8. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Then, Lu Ming took out a monster core and began to devour and refine it. Monster cores were much more troublesome to refine than blood essence. But now, the devouring power of the spirit-devouring bloodline had greatly increased. It did not take much time to refine it. In 3 hours, he had refined one. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved, but not by much. He continued to refine it. After refining 5, Lu Ming's cultivation had entered the middle stage of level 6 martial master from the early stage of level 6 martial master. The energy needed to improve was much greater than Lu Ming had imagined. Continue. In the next 3 days, Lu Ming had refined a total of 20 monster cores. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of level 6 martial master. He was only one step away from breaking through to level 7 martial master. But at this point, Lu Ming had refined several monster cores, but it was to no avail. It was difficult for him to break through to level 7 martial master. Lu Ming knew that he had encountered a bottleneck. During this period of time, he had improved too quickly and his cultivation could not keep up. Chapter 240. Lu Ming walked out of the Temple of Paragon and the dormitory. Big brother Tianyun. The moment he walked out of the dormitory, he bumped into Ming Peak. Ming Peak. Lu Ming smiled. Big brother Tianyun, my elder brother asked me to go to the D Tian battle arena with him. Do you want to come along? Ming Peak asked. D Tian fighting arena. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of interest. The D Tian battle arena was very famous. It could be said that everyone knew about it. This was because it wasn't built by any force in the Blazing Sun Empire. The D Tian battle arena was built by the D Tian Divine Palace. The D Tian Divine Palace was an unimaginably powerful force. Not to mention the Blazing Sun Empire, even the 36 empires of Emperor Yun were trash in front of the D Tian Divine Palace. The D Tian Divine Palace was an extremely powerful force in the entire Divine Wilderness continent. The D Tian battle arenas built by the D Tian Divine Palace were scattered all over the Divine Wilderness continent. There were countless of them. Among the 36 empires of Emperor Yun, there was only one imperial capital that had a D Tian battle arena. In the D Tian battle arena, one could fight and kill at will. Furthermore, one could earn a lot of spiritual crystals. This was a martial artist's heaven and hell. In this place, one's life was worthless. However, as long as one had the strength, one could win glory and wealth. Lu Ming wanted to train himself. Perhaps the D Tian battle arena was a good place to go. Let's go and find your elder brother. Lu Ming smiled. Let's go. Ming Peak was overjoyed. He went to find Myeongchang with Lu Ming. When Myeongchang saw Lu Ming, he was naturally overjoyed. The three of them headed towards the D Tian battle arena. The D Tian battle arena was located in the south of the imperial capital. From the outside, the D Tian battle arena was an oval-shaped building that was over 100 meters tall. There were guards at the entrance of the D Tian battle arena. In order to enter the D Tian martial arena, everyone had to pay 10 spirit crystals. This was the arena set up by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. No one dared to disobey. Even the people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect had to behave themselves in the Emperor Heaven arena. The omnidirectional sword sect seemed powerful, but that was only in the Burning Sun Empire. Against a power like the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace, the difference between them and the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace was unimaginable. Perhaps any random servant from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace would be able to destroy the 10 Directions Sword Sect with a flick of his finger. After each of them handed over 10 spirit crystals, the three of them walked into the D Tian martial arena. When they walked in, they realized that the D Tian battle arena was much larger than they had imagined. The surroundings of the D Tian martial arena were densely packed with spectator stands. There were at least tens of levels, and it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators. In the center of the arena, there was a battle platform that was 200 meters long and wide. At this moment, there were two figures fighting fiercely in the fighting ring. Shouts and cheers were heard all around. Lu Ming glanced over and saw that the crowd on the spectator stands wasn't very dense. However, Lu Ming estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of people. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The D Tian martial arena was really profitable. Even if there were only tens of thousands of spectators each day, the daily income would be hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. Kill. On the battle platform, two middle-aged men were filled with killing intent. They roared and charged towards each other. Boom! Boom! Both of them were first-stage martial grandmasters. After exchanging tens of blows, the yellow-robed man won and chopped off his opponent's head. I've finally achieved 6 consecutive victories. The yellow-robed man laughed. 6 consecutive victories? There should be a reward of 100 spirit crystals. Lu Ming thought to himself. According to the rules of the Tian martial arena, anyone could go up to the stage and challenge someone as long as they paid 50 spirit crystals. At the beginning, it was a battle between people of the same level. For the first 5 battles, it was very casual. You could challenge anyone and there wouldn't be any rewards. From the 6th battle onwards, the Tian martial arena would arrange for stronger opponents. If you won, there would be a reward of 100 spirit crystals. For 6 consecutive victories, there would be 100 spirit crystals. For 7 consecutive victories, there would be 200 spirit crystals. For 8 consecutive victories, there would be 500 spirit crystals. After 10 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 2,000 spirit crystals. After 10 consecutive victories, if you wanted to continue, you wouldn't be able to challenge people of the same level. Instead, you would have to challenge people of a higher level. Furthermore, the Tian martial arena wouldn't allow you to challenge people of a higher level. They would arrange for stronger opponents. For 1 consecutive victory, there would be a reward of 5,000 spirit crystals. For 2 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 10,000 spirit crystals. For 3 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 20,000 spirit crystals. For each consecutive victory, there would be an additional 10,000 spirit crystals. For 10 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 90,000 spirit crystals. If you wanted to continue, you would have to challenge people of 2 levels higher. Of course, the rewards would be even better. For 1 consecutive victory, there would be a reward of 100,000 spirit crystals. For each consecutive victory, there would be an additional 100,000 spirit crystals. If you could win 10 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 1,000,000 spirit crystals. It was extremely terrifying. The more levels one could surpass, the more terrifying the reward. This would naturally attract countless geniuses to come and challenge them. Do you want to continue? In the battle arena, the judge of the Tian martial arena asked. Yes, of course. The yellow-robed man was filled with confidence. All right, I'll arrange it. The judge said. After a while, a white-haired elder walked onto the battle arena. He was also a first-stage martial master. Boom! Without saying anything else, the 2 of them started fighting. However, this time, the elder was clearly superior. After about 100 moves, he sent the yellow-robed man flying with a punch, causing him to vomit blood. I admit defeat. The yellow-robed man hurriedly shouted. In the Tian martial arena, one could kill as they wished. If one didn't admit defeat, only death awaited them. The yellow-robed man admitted defeat and the white-haired elder also stopped. After that, the yellow-robed man received his reward of 100 spirit crystals and left the battle arena. The white-haired elder also left the battle arena. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The judge roared as he scanned the arena. I'll do it. A young man in his 20s jumped onto the battle arena. He registered and paid 50 spirit crystals. My cultivation is 2nd stage martial master. Is there anyone who wants to spar with me? The young man scanned the arena and shouted. I'll spar with you. A muscular man jumped onto the battle arena and started fighting with the young man. However, he was defeated after a dozen moves. After that, more and more people went up to challenge him, but they were all defeated by the young man. Obviously, this young man was a genius with incredible strength. 5 people had been defeated by him in a row. 5 consecutive victories. The young man easily obtained 5 consecutive victories. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The young man was in high spirits. However, no one went up for a while. After a while, an old woman finally jumped onto the battle arena. We want to test your strength. the judge said. The old woman nodded and followed the judge into a stone door at the side. After 5 consecutive victories, the Tian martial arena wouldn't allow anyone to challenge anyone. They would test each opponent's strength. Those who weren't strong enough weren't qualified to challenge anyone. Otherwise, as long as someone colluded with a group of people, they could easily win the battle and obtain the reward. If that was the case, the Tian martial arena would suffer a huge loss. Furthermore, if that was the case, there wouldn't be anything worth watching. Chapter 241. Therefore, only those who passed the test and were strong enough could go up to challenge. Or, those who had historical records in the Tian martial arena, such as those who had won 6 consecutive battles, could go up to challenge those who were about to win 6 consecutive battles. There was no need to take the test. Not long after, the old woman passed the test and appeared on the stage. Kill! Kill! The spectators in the spectator stands roared and looked at the stage with anticipation. They needed to see a bloody battle. Only then would it be exciting. Kill! On the stage, the young man and the old woman were stirred up by the surrounding atmosphere. They roared and charged at each other. The young man used a sword, while the old woman used a slender saber. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. The old woman's saber technique was extremely sharp and experienced. Her attacks were ruthless. In just 20 moves, the young man was no match for her. Just as the young man was about to admit defeat, the old woman's saber light suddenly sped up. Poochie! Before the young man could say anything, his head was chopped off by the old woman's saber light. Good! Exciting! The spectator stands were in an uproar. They were extremely excited. You killed this person and replaced him to win 6 consecutive battles. Now, do you still want to continue? On the stage, the judge asked the old woman. Continue. The old woman said. This old woman was very powerful. It was obvious that she had cultivated for many years. Her mastery of martial arts was very high. She won 3 consecutive battles and then 3 consecutive battles. She had won 9 consecutive battles. At this moment, the old woman shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to continue. The more she challenged, the stronger the people below would be. She wasn't confident anymore. The spectators were disappointed. They naturally wanted to continue watching because the further down the stage, the more exciting the battle would be. The old woman received 1,000 spirit crystals and left the stage. Who wants to challenge next? The judge's voice echoed throughout the arena. I'll go and have some fun. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and smiled. Big brother Tianyun, are you going to make a move? Ming Peek's eyes were filled with excitement. Myeongchang was also looking forward to it. They weren't worried about Lu Ming at all. They didn't believe that Lu Ming would lose in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming smiled. He strode forward and went up to the fighting ring. When the judge saw that someone had stepped onto the stage, he smiled and said, Little brother, please register your cultivation and pay the fee. Lu Ming nodded and took out 50 spirit crystals to register. I am a 6th level martial master. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire area. What? 6th level martial master, so young? Most of the spectators in the stands were shocked. The spectators in the stands came from all over the imperial capital. Most of them did not know Lu Ming. Could it be a top genius from the 5 great sects? Someone muttered. For a moment, no one went up. The younger they were, the higher their cultivation. Generally, they were geniuses and their combat strength was difficult to measure. They didn't want to die in vain. I know him. His name is Tianyun, a peerless genius from the Star General Hall. He is extremely powerful. Half a month ago, in the Blood Ant's secret realm, he killed Yang Zitian, a peerless genius from the Shifang Sword sect. He snatched the storage rings of most of the disciples of the Shifang Sword sect alone. Someone shouted. It's him? So he is Tianyun. There were exclamations in the stands. In the past half a month, Tianyun's name had spread throughout the imperial capital. The incident in the Blood Ant's secret realm had also spread throughout the imperial capital. How can such a genius fight in a battle of the same level? Yes. Someone sighed. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that being too famous was not a good thing. Now, no one even wanted to fight. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming shouted again. But still, no one went up. After a while, a burly man stood up and said, "Young Master Tianyun, I will fight with you, but we will only spar. How about it?" Okay. Lu Ming was overjoyed and quickly agreed. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He didn't have to fight to the death. As long as someone went up, he would be satisfied. The burly man moved and went up to the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. This is going to be interesting. The spectators in the stands were looking forward to it. Although Tianyun's name had spread throughout the imperial capital recently, there were still very few who had seen Lu Ming fight with their own eyes. Naturally, everyone was looking forward to it. A large saber appeared in the middle-aged man's hand as he looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming stood calmly with a long spear in his hand. Bang! The middle-aged burly man didn't hesitate and launched an attack. As soon as he attacked, he slashed out 18 times in a row, each faster than the last. The saber light whistled and blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry to attack. He used the high air steps and his figure flashed, leaving the range of the burly man's attack. Again. The burly man roared and attacked like a tide. Layers of snow-white saber light attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face was calm and indifferent. His body was like moving clouds and flowing water. He swayed slightly, causing the burly man's saber light to miss. Whoosh! Suddenly, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand stabbed at the burly man's saber light. With such a casual stab, the burly man's saber light disappeared, and his body was like a thug. How could this be? The burly man shouted. Lu Ming didn't use much strength. He just casually stabbed with his spear, and his saber art was broken. He found it hard to accept. Your saber art is a lower profound level saber art. It should be a combination of hardness and softness. However, you blindly pursued speed and power, which made it inferior. Therefore, your saber art has been stuck at the 4th level. It's difficult to break through the 5th level. Lu Ming enunciated each word slowly. However, when the middle-aged man heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned. His eyes kept flickering as if he was thinking about something. After a while, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He suddenly slashed out with the saber in his hand. In an instant, 27 saber lights appeared. They were extremely dazzling and stronger than before. My saber art has broken through. The middle-aged man laughed and then looked at Lu Ming. He suddenly cupped his fist and bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Tianyun, for your guidance. Otherwise, I don't know when my saber art would have broken through. Young Master Tianyun is a genius. I admire you so much. You're welcome. It's your own comprehension that allowed you to break through. I was just throwing a brick to attract more jade. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Now, Lu Ming had even succeeded in cultivating an earth-level martial art. Naturally, his vision was different. The middle-aged man only cultivated a lower profound level martial art. Although Lu Ming didn't cultivate saber art, his vision was there for all to see. When the middle-aged man attacked continuously, Lu Ming saw the weaknesses and shortcomings of his saber art. He casually gave a few pointers. He didn't expect the middle-aged man's saber art to break through in one fell swoop. No matter what. I'm very grateful for young Master Tianyun's kindness. The middle-aged man bowed again and then turned to leave the fighting ring. It was obvious that he had admitted defeat. The audience in the stands was dumbfounded. How could this be? Chapter 242. The old man looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Lu Ming was young, but his understanding of martial arts was shockingly high. Just now, he had given the burly man a few pointers and helped him break through. This made the old man's heart burn with excitement. Nestle, Xiang Mu is too cunning. He actually beat me to it. Damn it, don't fight with me. It's my turn next. Your turn. Why? Young Master Tianyun uses a long spear, and so do I. It's my turn for the next match. It's my turn. On the spectator stand, several sixth-layer martial master experts began to fight. The others were dumbfounded. These people were fighting to challenge Lu Ming, not because Lu Ming was too weak, but because he was too strong. Such a thing was unheard of. Lu Ming himself was in a daze. However, he was not worried that no one would accept his challenge. Please. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the old man. Please enlighten me. The old man cupped his fists and a long sword appeared. Swoosh. The sword light pierced through the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Just like before, Lu Ming did not rush to fight back. He dodged the attack with his movement skill while observing the old man's swordsmanship. After more than 30 moves, Lu Ming's casual spear attack broke the old man's swordsmanship and forced him to retreat. However, the old man was not depressed. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming with excitement and hope. Lu Ming pondered for a while and explained the flaws of the old man's swordsmanship according to what he had observed and his own understanding. After listening, the elder savored it carefully. He was ecstatic and his face was full of excitement. He bowed respectfully to Lu Ming and said, Thank you for your guidance, young Master Tianyun. Senior, you're welcome. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, the old man walked down the fighting ring with satisfaction. Mr. Tianyun, I'm here to learn from you. As soon as the old man walked down the fighting ring, a burly man rushed up. Let me, it's my turn. On the other side, someone also rushed up the fighting ring. It's my turn. Get out of here. You're the one who should get out. The two of them roared with killing intent and were about to start a fight. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck, and so was Lu Ming. Stop. If you want to challenge him, come one by one. Otherwise, you're disqualified. The judge shouted with a speechless expression. He had been in charge of the D-Tian battle arena for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Judge, I'm the one who challenged. The burly man shouted. Nonsense, it's me. The other person didn't back down either. All right, you go first. You're the last one. The referee's face darkened as he pointed at the middle-aged man. The burly man was burly man. The other person stood at the side, unwilling. The burly man jumped onto the fighting ring and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He said respectfully, Mr. Tianyun, I also use a spear. Please give me some pointers. A long spear appeared in the burly man's hand. Please. Lu Ming smiled. Instantly, the middle-aged burly man collected his thoughts and shook his long spear. More than 10 spear flowers appeared in the air. Beams of spear gleams shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did the same and dodged dozens of attacks. He allowed the burly man to use his strongest martial skill and defeated him easily. He pointed out his weakness. The burly man was overjoyed and left with gratitude. Then, the other person went up and Lu Ming did the same. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming won 5 consecutive battles. However, Lu Ming's 5-match winning streak was completely different from others. Every time his opponents lost, they would leave after thanking him profusely. Anything can happen to this Tianyun. Myungcheng sighed. Ming Peak nodded in agreement. After 5 consecutive victories, it was time for the 6th battle. A famous expert went up for the 6th battle. This expert had won 6 consecutive battles in the D-Tian battle arena. With such a record, he didn't need to be tested and could directly fight. However, this person was still very polite to Lu Ming. He knew that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. He came up with the intention of asking Lu Ming for pointers. Mr. Tianyun, Please give me some pointers. This person was also very polite. Lu Ming nodded. In the end, there was naturally no suspense. Lu Ming defeated his opponent easily and gave him some pointers. 6 consecutive victories, 7 consecutive victories, 8 consecutive victories. Soon, Lu Ming won 10 consecutive battles. His 10 consecutive victories were easily won and he didn't even injure a single person. Tianyun, you have won 10 consecutive battles. If you continue, you will have to challenge an expert of the 7th stage of the martial master realm. Do you still want to continue? The judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. Continue. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. The audience was filled with anticipation. How much could Lu Ming achieve by challenging someone of a higher stage? How many consecutive victories could he achieve? The D Tian battle arena wouldn't allow an ordinary 7th stage martial master to challenge someone of a higher stage. Those who went up would definitely be experts of the 7th stage. All right. The judge nodded and looked around. Is there a 7th stage martial master realm expert who wants to challenge Tianyun? Let me. Just as the judge finished speaking, a young man in his 30s stood up and went up the stage. Yang Tai, you can directly fight. When the judge saw this young man, he didn't let him test his strength. It was obvious that this person was quite famous in the D Tian battle arena and was recognized by the judge. Tianyun, go ahead. I'm not someone those 6th-stage martial master realm experts can compare to. Yang Tai was very confident as he looked at Lu Ming. Please. Lu Ming smiled. Boom. Yang Tai exploded with all his strength. The long spear in his hand emitted a bright light as it pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear shook and the body of the spear vibrated. There was a terrifying fluctuation in the air and a terrifying shock wave charged toward Yang Tai. Bang! Yang Tai was hit by the shock wave and his body was like a cannonball. He was sent flying and heavily fell off the stage. CSI, the entire arena was filled with gasps. One move, just one move. He didn't even use any martial skills. He just shook his spear and sent Yang Tai flying off the stage. Strength, powerful strength. In the previous 10 matches, Lu Ming was very polite. He defeated his opponent after a few dozen moves and didn't show any powerful strength. This made some people forget about Lu Ming's strength. Now, they finally remembered that Lu Ming's strength was extremely terrifying. Yang Tai struggled to get up and looked at Lu Ming in shock before he staggered away. Then, the challenges continued. Consecutive wins, an unstoppable winning streak. In less than an hour, Lu Ming had already obtained 7 consecutive wins. The entire arena was filled with excited discussions. 7 wins in a row. Do you guys think Tianyun can achieve 10 wins in a row? It's hard to say. At this stage, the D Tian battle arena won't be able to sit still and will send out a true expert. Until now, the D Tian battle arena hasn't sent out a death fighter. Chapter 243. There were 2 main types of challenges. One was to pick an opponent on the spot. If there were no challengers, the D Tian fighting arena would send out experts. The D Tian fighting arena's strength was unfathomable. Naturally, they had raised a group of experts. The experts sent out by the D Tian fighting arena were known as death fighters. Just from the name, one would know that death fighters were powerful people who didn't fear death. When they attacked, there would definitely be blood. Tianyun, wait a moment. The judge said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. At the highest point of the D Tian fighting arena, there was a luxurious room. There was a window in the room that allowed one to see the entire D Tian fighting arena. At this moment, there were a few old men watching. This Tianyun is very powerful. It's time to send out a death fighter. One of the old men in black said. That's right. However, normal death fighters are definitely not Tianyun's match. I suggest that we let number 18 go first. If number 18 can't win, number 17 will go. Another old man said. I agree. I agree too. The other old men nodded. Then, they passed down the order. Not long after, a tall and muscular man with scars all over his body rushed onto the fighting arena. The man's body was filled with killing intent. His eyes were like that of a wild beast as he stared at Lu Ming. There were 2 words carved on the man's face, number 18. Number 18, it's the D Tian Fighting Arena's Death Fighter. Number 18. When the audience saw this man, they all exclaimed. Rumor has it that within the death fighters of the D Tian Battle Arena, only those with extremely strong battle strength have the qualifications to carve words on their faces. Rumor has it that within the D Tian Battle Arena, there are 5 strongest people within the 7th layer of the Martial Master realm. They are respectively from 16 to 20. It seems like the D Tian Fighting Arena values Tianyun a lot. Nonsense. If Tianyun were to win 10 times in a row, he would have to pay 90,000 spirit crystals. How could the D Tian Fighting Arena let Tianyun win so easily? That's true. Amazing. The 10 spiritual crystals I spent today were worth it. I bet those who didn't come will regret it to death. Lu Ming's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at 18. Lu Ming felt a strong murderous aura from the other party. D Tian's gladiator? Things are finally getting interesting. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile, and a hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes. Tianyun, you have to be careful. 18 won't show any mercy. For a genius like Lu Ming, the referee was quite kind and gave him a reminder. Thank you. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, let's begin. The referee announced. Roar. Following the referee's announcement, 18 let out a beast-like roar. With a wave of her hand, a meteor hammer appeared in her hand. The meteor hammer emitted a terrifying whistling sound as it bombarded Lu Ming. The meteor hammer was a strange weapon. It was very difficult to master, but once it was mastered, its power was also very strong. The meteor hammer was really like a meteor as it bombarded Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't dodge. Instead, he stabbed out with his spear. Ding! The tip of the spear accurately pierced the meteor hammer, producing a deafening sound. The spear didn't move at all, but the meteor hammer flew back at an even faster speed than before. 18's ferocious expression changed drastically. He leaped into the air and dodged the meteor hammer. The meteor hammer smashed into the battle stage, causing a loud explosion. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle stage was protected by the D Tian battle stage's experts, the battle stage would have exploded. 18's combat strength is probably comparable to an ordinary LV8 martial grandmaster. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, an ordinary LV8 martial grandmaster was nothing in front of Lu Ming. Whoosh! After that, Lu Ming took a step forward. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of 18 and swept his spear at her. Boom! 18 used the iron chain to block, but it was useless. Lu Ming's spear directly hit her body. She flew hundreds of meters away with the meteor hammer before stopping. Victory. Tianyun won. It was a clean victory. The audience looked at Lu Ming in shock. They weren't surprised that Lu Ming won. However, they were shocked that Lu Ming won so easily. At the highest point of D Tian's gladiator arena, a few elders were watching with sparkling eyes. This Tianyun is definitely a peerless genius. He's a demon-level peerless genius. Only other peerless geniuses who are one level higher than him can fight with him. It's hard for others to stop him. An elder sighed. That's right. This Tianyun, I feel that he hasn't used most of his strength. Even if 16 goes up, she won't be his match. Then let him win 10 times in a row? Of course. This is a good thing. When the time comes, we'll be the ones to earn the most. That's right. Let's let 17 and 16 go up. Not only were the elders not unhappy, but their faces were filled with joy. Next, a man with the number 17 carved on his face went up. He was still no match for Lu Ming. 9 wins in a row. After 9 wins, a lady in her 20s went up. This lady had the number 16 carved on her face. This lady was much stronger than 17 and 18. She had actually comprehended the force. Unfortunately, compared to Yang Zitian, she was still a lot weaker. She wasn't Lu Ming's match at all. Lu Ming unleashed his fire force and defeated his opponent easily. 10 wins in a row. Lu Ming won 10 times in a row. According to the rules, he would be rewarded with 90,000 spiritual crystals. Tianyun, do you want to continue? The judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. If he continued, he would have to fight someone 2 levels above him. Although it was rare to win 10 times in a row, there would still be one every once in a while. However, it was rare to be able to win against someone 2 levels above him. If he could win 10 times in a row, he would be rewarded with 100,000 spiritual crystals. For every additional win, he would be rewarded with another 100,000 spiritual crystals. How tempting was that? However, there were only a few people who could get it. The current 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire were all geniuses who had won 2 times in a row. Among the 6 heroes, 5 of them had won 4 times in a row. Only Qiu Changkong, the leader of the 6 heroes, the peerless genius of the 10 Directions sword faction, had managed to achieve a record of 7 consecutive victories. This was the highest record in the Burning Sun Empire in the past 100 years. Would Tianyun accept it? I choose to continue. Lu Ming said without hesitation. 10 wins in a row for only 90,000 spiritual crystals was too little. Lu Ming's goal was to win 2 levels above him. Those rewards were what tempted Lu Ming. He wouldn't miss it. Whoosh! The scene was in an uproar. Everyone was excited. Tianyun had agreed to continue the challenge. There would be a good show to watch. Challenging someone 2 levels higher was not something that could be seen often. It was extremely rare. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, a happy smile appeared on the referee's face. He said, Tianyun, we need to arrange for people to challenge someone 2 levels above us. We can't do it immediately. We have to do it in 3 days. Are you willing? Chapter 244. Alright, let's continue the challenge 3 days later. The judge revealed a happy smile and clasped his fists to the crowd. Everyone, the day after tomorrow will be the D Tian Auction House's half-yearly auction. I hope that everyone will be able to attend. Today's challenge shall end here. Auction house? Lu Ming was startled and showed a hint of interest. Then, he walked down the fighting stage. Brother Tianyun, I admire you more and more. Do your best 3 days later and break the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire. Your name will spread throughout the Scorching Sun Empire. Ming Feng couldn't wait to run over and said excitedly as soon as he got off the fighting ring. Lu Ming smiled. Among the 6 heroes, the other 5 had achieved 4 consecutive victories with a gap of 2 levels. Qiu Changkong had achieved 7 consecutive victories with a gap of 2 levels. Could he break through? To be honest, Lu Ming didn't have the confidence. Sometimes, it depended on luck. If he was 2 levels higher and encountered a genius like the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire, it would be difficult for him to win. Lu Ming shook his head and didn't think too much about it. The 3 of them left the arena and walked towards the Star General Hall. Brother Tianyun, are you going to the D Tian auction the day after tomorrow? Ming Peak asked. Of course. Lu Ming smiled. Then let's go together. Call my sister. Ming Peak said. Lu Ming nodded and said, Myeongchang, Ming Peak, you guys go back first. I still have something to do. All right. Myeongchang and Ming Peak nodded and returned to the Star General Hall. Lu Ming, on the other hand, walked toward the market. The D Tian auction was considered a side business of the D Tian fighting arena. It would not be held frequently. Usually, it would be held once every half a year. However, every time it was held, there would be many precious treasures. Lu Ming was quite tempted. But now, he had less than 200,000 spirit crystals. It was too little. If he encountered a treasure that he liked and didn't have enough spirit crystals to buy it, wouldn't he vomit blood? Therefore, Lu Ming planned to sell all the miscellaneous items that he had with him. Lu Ming had all sorts of refining materials, spirit grasses, pills, spirit weapons, and quite a few cultivation methods and martial techniques piled up into a mountain. Lu Ming didn't have much use for them. He planned to sell them all. After arriving at the market square, Lu Ming walked into the shops one by one, selling a portion of each shop. 3 hours later, Lu Ming sold all the items. More than 300,000 spiritual crystals. Those things were sold for 300,000 spiritual crystals in total. Together with the spiritual crystals he had before, he had almost 500,000 spiritual crystals. 500,000 yuan was more or less enough. After that, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout the imperial capital, and it was spreading like wildfire. The Star General Hall's peerless prodigy, Tian Yun, was going to challenge someone 2 ranks above him in the D Tian martial arena. He had hopes of breaking the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire. The news caused an uproar as soon as it was spread. Challenging the record of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe? No one had been able to do it in the past few years. Countless people were discussing and guessing. Lu Ming naturally heard the news as well. Lu Ming immediately thought of the D Tian martial arena. This piece of news must have been released by the D Tian martial arena. There was no other reason other than the fact that they wanted more people to spectate the battle 3 days later. That way, how many spiritual crystals could the D Tian martial arena earn? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This D Tian martial arena was too good at seizing the opportunity to earn money. However, Lu Ming didn't mind. A day passed quickly. The next day, Lu Ming, Ming Chen, Ming Peak, and Pearl walked towards the D Tian auction house together. The D Tian auction house wasn't far from the D Tian martial arena. Young Master Tian Yun, you are a VIP. Please follow me to the VIP room. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the D Tian auction house, a beautiful young lady welcomed Lu Ming. VIP room? Lu Ming and the others were stunned. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that this was the D Tian martial arena's arrangement. Of course, he wouldn't reject it. The 4 of them followed the young lady and arrived at a VIP room. The D Tian auction house was split into 2 parts. One was the main hall, where ordinary bidders sat. On the second level above the main hall, there were many VIP rooms that surrounded the main hall. The VIP rooms were elegant and had tea, fruits, and snacks. It was comfortable and peaceful. Those who could enter the VIP rooms represented their status. Lu Ming and the others walked into VIP room number 7. They sat in the VIP room and looked outside through the glass. The main hall was bustling with voices. There were at least 50,000 people. Furthermore, the number of people was still increasing. There are so many people. Ming Peak looked outside excitedly. The treasures later are the most important. Even if we can't afford them, it's still good to broaden our horizons. Pearl smiled. She looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She understood that if it wasn't for Lu Ming, how could the 3 of them have the qualifications to enter the VIP room? Half a year ago, she had also been here, but she was only in the main hall. After a while, an old man in a white robe walked up to the high platform in front of the main hall. The main hall quietened down. I am Du Ji, the host of this auction. Thank you for coming. Now, the auction officially begins. First, let's welcome the first auction item. The white-robed old man said loudly. Following which, a beautiful lady with graceful curves carried a jade plate. On the jade plate, there was a piece of red metal. Everyone, I'm sure you've already seen that this is a piece of red rock spiritual iron. It's an excellent material for refining level 4 spiritual weapons. Now, the starting price is 10,000 spiritual crystals. Every bid must be at least 1,000 spiritual crystals. Duji announced 10,000 spirit crystals. So expensive. Ming Peek was speechless. This is a material that can be used to refine level 4 spiritual weapons. Of course it's expensive, Pearl said. As soon as Duji finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. I'll pay 11,000 spirit crystals. I'll pay 12,000 spirit crystals. Slowly, the price increased. In the end, it was bought by an old man at 22,000 spirit crystals. Next, there is a bottle of elixir. It is very useful for warriors in the great martial mentor realm. The starting price is 800 spirit crystals. Each bid must be at least 100 spirit crystals. Then, it was time for the second auction item. It was impossible for every item to be as expensive as the first one. It would easily cost tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. Warriors below the martial arts grandmaster realm would not be able to afford it. I'll pay 1,000 spirit crystals. I'll pay 1,100 spirit crystals. Soon, some warriors in the great martial mentor realm began to bid. Lu Ming watched while drinking tea. Lu Ming was not interested in elixirs that could increase the cultivation of great martial mentor realm. This kind of elixir was useful for ordinary warriors, but for him, it was not very useful. It was far less effective than buying monster cores to refine. However, the others were different. They didn't have a heaven-defying bloodline like the spirit-devouring bloodline. Thus, pills that could increase one's cultivation were extremely rare for them. Soon, the price of this bottle of elixir was pushed to 2,000 spirit crystals, 2,100 spirit crystals. Pearl also began to bid. His eyes were full of desire, 2,200 spirit crystals. However, someone immediately added on 2,300 spirit crystals. 2,500 spirit crystals. The price continued to rise. Chapter 245. 3,000 crystals. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out and spread throughout the hall. Pearl was stunned because the voice belonged to Lu Ming. Lu Ming wants this bottle of pills? Since Lu Ming had made a bid, all the more Ming Zhu would not do so. 3,100. In the hall, someone continued to bid. 4,000 crystals. Lu Ming smiled faintly and increased the price to 4,000 spirit crystals. The hall fell silent. Lu Ming bid without hesitation and increased the bid by 900 crystals. Obviously, he was determined to win. Pearl, Myungcheng, and Ming Peek were also surprised. Although this bottle of elixir was not bad, it was only effective for low-level martial masters. Given Lu Ming's cultivation, it was unlikely to be of much use. He did not know why Lu Ming was so interested in it. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Duji asked. No one bid. Then Duji asked 3 times, but no one bid. This bottle of pills naturally belonged to Lu Ming. After a while, a beautiful girl brought the pills in. Lu Ming took out 4,000 crystals and gave it to the girl. Pearl, this bottle of pills is for you. Lu Ming took the pills and handed them to Pearl. For me? Pearl was stunned. Myungcheng and Ming Peek were also stunned. The pills that Lu Ming bid just now were for Pearl? I saw that you wanted it, so I bid for it and gave it to you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. No, I can't accept such a precious pill. Although Pearl wanted it very much, he still hurriedly refused. You're welcome. It's just a bottle of pills. Lu Ming smiled. Sister, just accept it. Don't waste Brother Tianyan's good intentions. Ming Feng said with a grin. He blinked his eyes at Ming Zhu with all his might. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable smile. Yes, second sister, just accept it. Myungcheng smiled like a sly old fox. Pearl's face suddenly turned red. No one knew what she was thinking. Her big eyes were watery and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Thank you, young Master Tianyun. Then, she took the bottle in Lu Ming's hand and her eyes were full of joy. On the side, Myeongchang and Ming Peek grinned. They looked at Lu Ming and Pearl and nodded from time to time. What are you laughing at? Lu Ming looked at the two of them speechlessly. He didn't think too much about it. He just bought it because Pearl wanted it. He didn't ask for a lot of spirit crystals. He just wanted to thank Pearl for helping him when he entered the Star General Hall. The auction continued. One item after another was auctioned off. Some were extremely rare and the price went up to tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Some were only a few hundred spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. These items were of no use to him and he wasn't interested in them. Myeongchang and Ming Peek took a fancy to a few items and participated in the auction. Soon, more than 100 items fell into the hands of different people. The next item is the last item of this auction. Of course, it's also the most precious item. At this moment, Duji said in a clear voice. The finale item is about to be auctioned. The atmosphere in the auction house suddenly surged. In every auction, there would be a finale item. It was definitely a rare and precious item. Lu Ming was also a little interested. Duji smiled in satisfaction when he saw the atmosphere in the auction house rising. He clapped his hands and a young girl walked up with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with golden silk gauze. It was impossible to see what was inside. If you want to know about this treasure today, you have to know its function. As everyone knows, although the physical body is not the foundation of martial arts practice, it is still an extremely important auxiliary path. Those with a strong physical body not only have strong vitality and amazing recovery ability, but also can greatly enhance the martial arts practitioner's combat strength. There are even many other wonderful uses. Du Ji explained the uses of the physical body. Could it be a treasure that can help in the cultivation of the physical body? Lu Ming's interest was immediately aroused. Many people in the auction house were also looking forward to it. Du Ji smiled and continued, however, the cultivation of the physical body is extremely difficult. It's very slow and exhausting to rely on cultivation techniques to cultivate slowly. However, there are also shortcuts. There are many treasures in the world that can quickly temper the physical body and increase the strength of the physical body in a short period of time. These treasures have different effects. Du Ji didn't seem to be in a hurry and explained slowly. However, the others were holding back and immediately shouted. What kind of treasure is it? Tell us. Yes, what is it? Let's open it and see. Du Ji smiled and continued, if you want to know, it's very simple. I'll ask you a question and you'll know. Among the treasures in the world, what is the treasure that has the greatest effect on the physical body? What treasure has the greatest effect on the physical body? Of course, it's the Khanate original liquid. Why? You don't have the Khanate original liquid here, do you? A voice rang out, sounding somewhat incredulous. The auction house suddenly fell silent. Some were shocked, but then they secretly shook their heads. Khanate original liquid? How was that possible? It was said that the Khanate original liquid was a treasure that gathered the essence of the world and was born after millions or even tens of millions of years. Many of the Khanate original liquid were even born at the beginning of the world. It was very helpful to the physical body and was known as the best in the world. Of course, the Khanate original liquid was also divided into different grades. According to the different effects, it was divided into 4 grades. Low grade, medium grade, high grade, and supreme grade. However, even if it was a low-grade Xiantian origin liquid, it was still a rare and precious treasure. The fire spirit milk that Lu Ming obtained back then could also be used to refine the physical body, but it was trash compared to the Khanate original liquid. Ha ha ha, this friend is right. This treasure is the Khanate original liquid. Du Ji laughed out loud. What? This time, the auction house was in an uproar. It was actually the Khanate original liquid, which exceeded everyone's expectations. How is that possible? It's actually the Khanate original liquid. Get it, I must get it. Countless people shouted with blazing flames in their eyes. They looked at the tray in the hands of the girl on the high platform and wanted to take it for themselves. In the 7th VIP room, Lu Ming's eyes were also burning. Myeongchang and his siblings were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Du Ji was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. The more enthusiastic the crowd was, the higher the price would be later. Du Ji stretched out his hand and said, "Quiet down first." The auction house suddenly fell silent. Although this treasure is the Khanate original liquid, it's only the low grade and there's not a lot of it. Du Ji said. Everyone nodded. It was normal that it was the low grade. How could a medium grade Khanate original liquid appear in the Burning Sun Empire? Even if it appeared, not many people could afford it. At this moment, Du Ji stretched out his hand and removed the gauze on the tray, revealing a red stone ball. This is the Khanate original liquid? Chapter 246. Du Ji smiled and explained, the Xiantian original liquid is sealed in this stone orb. There aren't many of them, only 9 drops. 9 drops? That's enough. Someone whispered. On the other hand, there were people who looked excited. The Xiantian original liquid was too precious. If there were too many of them, not many people could afford it. But if there were only 9 drops, they could give it a try. Moreover, even if there were only 9 drops, the effect would be amazing. I'm going to get these 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid. Lu Ming looked at the stone orb with determination. His physical body had been stuck at the perfect grade 2 for a long time. As long as he could get these 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid, his physical body would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It would be easy for him to break through to the 3rd grade. If that was the case, his battle prowess would have a huge increase. 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid. The elders of the D Tian fighting ground have studied it and there's no mistake. Alright, let's start the auction. The starting price for each drop of Xiantian original liquid is 10,000 spiritual crystals. The starting price for 9 drops is 90,000 spiritual crystals. Every bid must be at least 5,000 spiritual crystals. Du Ji announced. CSI, many people gasped and looked dejected. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked when they heard the starting price. 90,000 spiritual crystals was enough to extinguish the fire in their hearts. 100,000 spiritual crystals. Although the price was high, it wasn't something that everyone couldn't afford. Someone immediately made a bid, and it came from a VIP room. From the voice of the 3rd VIP room, he seemed to be very young. 110,000. Immediately after, a rather old voice came from VIP room number 9. 120,000. A voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Everyone looked over and saw a tall and muscular man. 150,000. In VIP room number 3, the young voice sounded, but it was a little cold. 160,000. Immediately after, the 9th VIP room made a bid. In the hall, the muscular man's eyes flickered as he stared at the stone orb on the stage. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. But in the end, he let out a long sigh and gave up. 160,000 spiritual crystals had already exceeded all of his assets. He could only give up 170,000. The 3rd VIP room continued to raise the price, 180,000. VIP room 9 did not give in at all. At this moment, Lu Ming did not bid. There was no need to bid now. It would be the same if he bid later. VIP room 3 and VIP room 9 were competing with each other. Soon, the price of the Xiantian origin liquid had reached a high of 250,000. At that moment, the voice in VIP room number 3 was incomparably cold. At this moment, there were 5 young men sitting in VIP room 3. However, the expressions of the 5 young men did not look good. Where did this old man come from? He actually dares to compete with senior brother He Chuming for treasures. He's courting death. A young man with a slightly pale face said with a murderous look. That's right. Looks like he doesn't know that we're disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. Another person said coldly. Among the 5 people, the one sitting in the middle was a handsome young man in a blue robe. At this moment, his face was very cold. He frowned and looked at VIP room 9. Senior, I'm Chuming, a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. These 9 drops of Sciention origin liquid are very useful to me. I hope you can give them to me. His words were very polite, but his voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. An extremely powerful aura spread out from VIP room 3. This was clearly a threat. A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear. You're from the Chiu family of the 10 Directions Sword Sect? The old voice came from VIP room 9. There was an old man sitting inside. At this moment, he was filled with fear. That's right. Chuming replied coldly. Fine, I'll give these 9 drops of Sciention origin liquid to you young people. The old man in VIP room 9 pondered for a while and finally sighed. The 10 Directions Sword Sect was definitely a giant in the Blazing Sun Empire. Not many people dared to offend them. The old man's withdrawal made Chuming smile. 250,000, 250,000, any higher bids? Duji asked as he looked around. This is Sciention origin liquid. It's extremely rare in the world. In the Blazing Sun Empire, it's extremely useful to the physical body. If you miss this chance, you don't know when you'll get another chance. If you want it, hurry up and bid. 250,000. Are there any higher bids? Duji tried his best to tempt the crowd. He was very unhappy with Chuming's performance just now, so he naturally shouted to his heart's content. This old man. Chuming gritted his teeth and glared at Duji. If looks could kill, Duji would have been pierced through. 300,000. Right at this moment, a clear and bright voice suddenly rang out and spread throughout the entire place, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Someone had bid. After knowing that it was a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword Sect, he still dared to bid. Who was this person? Everyone's gaze immediately turned towards VIP room 7. That's right. The person who had bid was Lu Ming. Moreover, he increased the price by 50,000, pushing the price to 300,000. 300,000. Alright, this friend bids 300,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Duji was overjoyed and announced. Bam! In VIP room 3, Chuming slammed his palm on the table and broke it into pieces. His face was extremely gloomy. Where did this brat come from? How dare he bid when he knows that we're disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect? Is he courting death? The pale young man roared and his voice echoed throughout the hall. I bid 300,000 spiritual crystals. Are you going to bid or not? Lu Ming curled his lips and said calmly. You're courting death. Chuming finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted coldly, Brat, I'll give you 5 breaths to withdraw your bid. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. If you have the money, pay up. If you don't, why are you still here? Scram. This was Lu Ming's reply. It was overbearing and domineering. The entire auction hall was shocked. This mysterious person was so overbearing that he even asked the 10 Directions Sword Sect to scram. Chuming's face turned pale. A powerful aura spread out and shrouded VIP room 7. Brat, I'll kill you now. Chuming roared. You can try me. Lu Ming replied in a domineering manner. Although Du Ji's cultivation was at the 8th grade martial master realm, why would Lu Ming be afraid of him? Die. Chuming roared as he walked out of the VIP room and was about to head to VIP room 3. How dare you! Suddenly, Du Ji furiously roared, and an extremely terrifying aura exploded out, crushing down on Chiu Ming's body like a mountain. Chiu Ming's body trembled, and he was unable to move. Martial Ancestor Realm. This is the aura of a martial ancestor realm. The entire hall was shocked. They didn't expect Du Ji, who looked so friendly, to be a martial ancestor realm expert. Old man, what are you doing? Are you courting death? I'm a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. Chuming roared. What bullshit 10 Directions Sword Sect? How dare you cause trouble at the Tian auction hall? Die. Chapter 247. Chuming shuddered violently. He was used to acting like a tyrant, and he had just casually shouted. At this moment, he finally recalled that this was the Tian auction house, and Du Ji was a member of the Tian Divine Palace. Even if he killed Du Ji, the Decimo Sword Sect would definitely not dare to say a word. Thinking of this, Chuming's body stiffened as he broke out in cold sweat. Senior, I was wrong. I was too anxious just now. I hope Senior won't take offense. Chuming hurriedly shouted with a pleading face. Go back to your room. Du Ji yelled. Chuming was relieved as he hurried back to VIP room 3. Damn it. After Chuming returned to the VIP room, he let out a deep roar. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had embarrassed himself just now and would definitely become a laughing stock. It was all thanks to Lu Ming. Investigate. I must find out who that kid is. I will burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Chuming roared. Senior brother Chuming, I know who he is. Suddenly, a young man who had been silent spoke. You know? Chuming looked at the young man. He is Tian Yun from the Star General Hall. I will never forget his voice. The young man gritted his teeth and said. This young man was one of the 6 geniuses from the Decimo Sword Sect who had comprehended force in the Blood Ant's secret realm. Tian Yun? It's him? Good, very good. I am here to kill him. Now, he dares to snatch the Xiantian original liquid from me. He brought this upon himself. Chuming said in a cold voice. Senior brother Chuming, in 2 days, Tian Yun will challenge someone 2 levels above him at the Tian fighting ground. When that time comes, we will kill him and challenge the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire. Dream on. The pale young man sneered. All right, we will let him live for 2 more days. We will let him have the 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid. When we kill him, the Xiantian original liquid will be mine. Chuming said coldly. 300,000 spiritual crystals. Is there anything higher than 300,000 spiritual crystals? In the hall, Du Ji continued to host the auction. Everyone was silent. This time, the auction was not targeted at martial ancestor realm experts. Most of them were great martial masters. 300,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount even for a martial ancestor, let alone a martial grand master. Therefore, no one continued to bid. Du Ji asked 3 times, but no one bid. The 9 drops of Xiantian origin liquid were successfully obtained by Lu Ming. Lu Ming paid the spirit crystal and directly kept the stone into the Supreme Divine Palace. The auction finally came to an end. Lu Ming, Myongcheng and the others returned to the Star General Hall. Then, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and took out the stone. The stone was about the size of a fist. As he held it in his hand, it emitted a shocking amount of essence energy. There were 9 drops of Xiantian original liquid sealed inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He held the stone in his hand and squeezed it with all his might. Kacha! The stone cracked open and an even denser essence chi permeated the air. Next, a drop of Xiantian origin liquid seeped out from the crack. The Xiantian origin liquid was as black as ink. It emitted a little bit of light. It was very magical. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked the drop of Xiantian origin liquid into his mouth. He put the rest of the Xiantian origin liquid into a jade box and circulated the raging flame Vajra skill to refine it. The Xiantian origin liquid turned into an endless amount of essence chi and seeped into his muscles and bones. Under the raging flame Vajra skill, Lu Ming's body continuously strengthened. Lu Ming's body's strength increased crazily. His body, which was stuck at the complete 2nd rank, also started to break through. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's body trembled. His bones made crackling sounds like beans being fried. His muscles wriggled continuously. After a long while, it finally calmed down. Third rank physical body, I have finally reached the initial rank 3 physical body. Lu Ming muttered. His face was full of joy. The Xiantian origin liquid was indeed the best body refining treasure in the world. Just a drop of lower-grade Xiantian origin liquid allowed Lu Ming's body to break through and reach the initial rank 3 physical body. Having reached the third rank physical body, Lu Ming's explosive power had increased. His combat strength had also increased substantially. Continue. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he swallowed the second drop of Xiantian origin liquid and began to refine it. It was more difficult to improve the third rank physical body than the second rank physical body. However, with the help of the Xiantian origin liquid, Lu Ming's body was still improving rapidly. More than a day later, Lu Ming had cultivated the Raging Flame Vajra skill to the complete realm. In other words, Lu Ming's body had reached the complete rank 3 physical body. The 8 drops of Xiantian origin liquid had also been completely refined. If I want to continue to improve the grade of my body, I have to find a more advanced body refining technique. Lu Ming pondered. The Raging Flame Vajra skill could only cultivate the body to the complete rank 3 physical body. This was already the limit. What a strong physical strength. My combat strength has increased by at least 30% compared to before. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. At this moment, his expression changed as he heard a soft knock on the door. With a thought, he walked out of the Temple of Paragon and opened the door. It was Myeongchang and his siblings. Brother Tianyun, today is your challenge. Ming Peek said hurriedly. Lu Ming slapped his head. He had been so engrossed in refining the Xiantian origin liquid that he had almost forgotten about the time. Let's go. The 4 of them immediately rushed to the D Tian fighting ground. At this moment, the D Tian fighting ground was already filled with people. All the seats were occupied. It could be described as a sea of people. There were no less than 300,000 people. Every person had to pay 10 spiritual crystals as an entrance fee. The D Tian fighting ground's income today was no less than 3 million spiritual crystals. It was terrifying. However, at this moment, the D Tian fighting ground was in an uproar. Why isn't Tianyun here yet? What's going on? Could it be that he's not coming? No, I've come here for nothing. I'll refund the spiritual crystals. I'm not going to watch this. I gave up on a mission to come here. Is he going to scam me? In the crowd, Chiu Ming and the others stood there with ugly expressions on their faces. Could it be that Tianyun knows that he offended senior brother Chiu Ming in the previous auction and doesn't dare to come? I think that's the case. A few disciples from the 10 Direction Sword sect discussed loudly. This time, the 10 Direction Sword sect had sent over a dozen disciples. The higher-ups of the D Tian fighting ground. A few elders from the D Tian fighting ground frowned as they looked down. What's wrong with Tianyun? Why isn't he here yet? I've already sent someone to fetch him. A few elders discussed softly. Suddenly, an old man's expression changed. He smiled and said, Tianyun, you're here. At this moment, Tianyun walked through the entrance of the D Tian fighting ground and walked towards the fighting stage. Tianyun is here. It was unknown who shouted, but the entire place quietened down. A few 100,000 pairs of eyes looked towards the entrance. Lu Ming walked in front with big steps. Myeongchang and his siblings followed behind him. Tianyun is here. It seems like he's delayed by something. With his talent, how can he not come? Who said that Tianyun is afraid and doesn't dare to come? You're really measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Everyone was excited, but a few disciples from the 10 Direction Sword sect had ugly expressions. Chapter 248. Humph, it's good that you're here. You're still going to die. Chiu Ming said with a gloomy face. Myeongchang and his siblings went to the stands while Lu Ming went to the center of the fighting ring. All eyes were on Lu Ming, who was in the fighting ring. All right. Now, Tian Yun's 2-level challenge officially begins. Who wants to come up and fight? The judge announced loudly. I'll have a try. An old man said loudly as he went to the fighting ring. It's the first freak of Ming Mountain. He's an 8th-level martial master, and he's won 7 battles in a row against people of the same level. He's considered an expert among 8th-level martial masters. He's qualified to be Tianyun's first candidate. Someone recognized the old man as soon as he went to the fighting ring. You can fight him. The judge nodded, acknowledging Weirdo of Ming Mountain's strength. Child Tianyun, please. Weirdo of Ming Mountain stared at Lu Ming, emitting a powerful aura. Lu Ming smiled and a long spear appeared in his hand. Bang! Strange Ming Shan took a step forward and dashed toward Lu Ming at a high speed. Wind Demon Staff Technique. Ming Shan yelled. The dragon-head walking stick in his hand swung toward Lu Ming like a whirlwind. One stick after another, it was continuous. Weirdo of Ming Mountain showed his strength as soon as he made a move. He was one of the top fighters among the LV8 martial masters. Lu Ming thrust out his long spear and fought with Weirdo of Ming Mountain. He didn't use force. Weirdo of Ming Mountain was strong, but he didn't need to use force. After a dozen moves, Weirdo of Ming Mountain was swept away by Lu Ming's spear. Weirdo of Ming Mountain was defeated, which was expected by everyone. However, the experts who came later would be stronger and stronger. The real challenge had just begun. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming looked around. Tianyun, I'll kill you. With a loud shout, a disciple of the Shifang Sword School jumped onto the fighting ring. Disciples of sects like the Decimo Sword faction who could reach such a cultivation base at such a young age were all geniuses. There was almost no need for them to test their strength. Tianyun, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and return the Xiantian origin liquid to Senior Brother Chuming. Then kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone. If you do that, I can consider only crippling your cultivation and sparing your dog life. The disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect shouted coldly. He was extremely arrogant and shameless. Idiot. Lu Ming responded indifferently. What did you say? You're courting death. Even if I kill you, your items will still be mine. The 10 Directions Sword faction disciple roared, his aura erupting as he charged towards Lu Ming. It had to be said that this disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect was very strong. He was much stronger than the eccentric of Mount Ming. No wonder he was so arrogant. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Ming. Whoosh! The power of the wind was infused into the long spear, causing the long spear's speed to reach the extreme. Everyone only saw a spear shadow flash, and in an instant, it appeared in front of the 10 Directions Sword faction disciple. Puchi! The long spear pierced through the heart of the 10 Directions Sword faction disciple. The 10 Directions Sword faction disciple screamed and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Insta-kill in one move. What a powerful strength. Everyone was shocked. The 10 Directions Sword faction disciple was extremely arrogant a moment ago, but he was instantly killed. Tianyun is too strong to be able to kill someone 2 levels higher than him in one move. This disciple of the 10 Directions Sword faction is not weak. He's a top expert even among the 8th level martial grandmasters. Tianyun's combat strength is definitely equivalent to a 9th level martial grandmaster. That's terrifying. Can he really break the record of the 6 Burning Sun heroes? Many people were discussing in shock. At that moment, Lu Ming had already won 2 matches in a row, while the other 5 of the 6 Burning Sun heroes had only won 4 matches in a row. Everyone was looking forward to it. You're courting death. A furious roar came from the 10 Directions Sword faction disciple. A figure jumped high and landed on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. It was Chiu Ming. Tianyun, your winning streak ends here. It's impossible for you to break the record of the 6 Burning Sun heroes. Chiu Ming looked at Lu Ming coldly. Do you think you can stop me? Don't be like the previous one. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me to him. Tianyun, you've offended the 10 Directions Sword faction. Today, I'll make sure you die miserably. Chiu Ming said coldly. At the same time, his aura became stronger and stronger. There was also a force in his aura, the force of metal. I forgot to tell you one thing. I've already refined all 9 drops of Khanate original liquid. Lu Ming suddenly changed his tone and said with a smile. What? You. Chiu Ming's face turned pale and his force almost dissipated. The Khanate original liquid was very useful to him. He wanted to kill Lu Ming mostly because he wanted to take the Khanate original liquid. But now, Lu Ming said that the Khanate original liquid had already been refined. Chiu Ming's eyes turned red and he roared furiously, Tianyun, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Kang. The sound of a sword rang out and a brilliant sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. The sword chi was infused with the force of metal. It was extremely sharp and indestructible. Shwa. Lu Ming shook his long spear and unleashed the power of the wind, charging toward Chiu Ming. Boom. Heaven and earth roared and the fighting stage shook continuously. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. They were evenly matched in the first exchange. Kill. Chiu Ming didn't manage to hit Su Mo with his first attack. Chiu Ming's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. He wasn't as talented as Yang Zitian, but his cultivation was much higher than Yang Zitian's. Similarly, his combat strength was also much higher than Yang Zitian's. It wasn't difficult for Chiu Ming to kill someone with a higher cultivation level. Boom. Boom. The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves and the space around them shook. Chiu Ming's combat strength is too strong. He shouldn't have come out in the 3rd round. He's trying to stop Tianyun's winning streak. That's right. From the looks of it, Tianyun has the strength to break the records of the other 5 heroes. Unfortunately, Chiu Ming is stopping him. As long as Tianyun defeats Chiu Ming, he will have no problem breaking the record of the 5 heroes. The crowd discussed fervently. Is this all you've got? You've disappointed me. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly said calmly. What? Chiu Ming was stunned. Boom. The aura on Lu Ming's body erupted like a volcano. An incomparably powerful aura burst out. It was the force of fire, wind, and fire combined to unleash a terrifying power. A long spear pierced through all obstructions and stabbed towards Chiu Ming. This spear couldn't be dodged or blocked because it was too fast and too powerful. No, Chiu Ming was scared out of his wits. He roared crazily and used all his strength to block the attack. However, it was unnecessary. The long spear pierced through his heart. The true energy on the long spear shredded his heart into pieces. Chiu Ming was dead. The crowd was stunned for a few seconds before they burst into an uproar. Chapter 249. Who else from your Decimo Sword Sect wants to fight? Lu Ming looked at the omnidirectional sword sect's area. However, the disciples of the Shifang sword sect were silent. What a joke. Even Chiu Ming had been defeated. Among them, there were still a few experts of the 8th martial master realm, but none of them were as strong as Chiu Ming. Damn it. Wait until the geniuses on the 10 Directions Sword faction's silver ranking arrive. Let's see how you'll die. The disciples of the Decimo Sword faction all had gloomy expressions as they roared in their hearts. Lu Ming sneered. His gaze swept across the crowd, but still, no one stepped forward to fight. Tianyun, since that's the case, Tian Martial Arena, will send someone to fight. The referee said. Lu Ming nodded. After a while, a young man with a murderous aura stepped onto the stage. However, this person was not as strong as Chiu Ming and was defeated by Lu Ming in just a few moves. 4 consecutive victories. Following this, the Tian Martial Arena sent another person up, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming. 5 consecutive victories had broken the record of the 5 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. However, Lu Ming's victory didn't stop there. After that, the D-Sky Martial Arena sent out more and more people to fight. These people were all experts among the death fighters, each stronger than the last. Sadly, all of them were defeated by Lu Ming. 6 consecutive victories. 7 consecutive victories. He tied with Qiu Changkong's record, but not long after, Lu Ming won again. 8 consecutive victories. The crowd was in an uproar. Qiu Changkong's record was finally broken. Heavens, Tianyun is going to defy the heavens. Could it be that his talent is stronger than Qiu Changkong's? That might not be the case. Although Qiu Changkong was strong when he was a martial grand master, he was not much stronger than the other 5 heroes. When Qiu Changkong broke through to the martial ancestor realm, he underwent extreme nirvana and awakened a terrifying second bloodline. That was how he managed to leave the other 5 heroes in the dust and firmly sit on the throne of the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire. That's right. Although Tianyun is strong now, it's hard to say when he reaches the martial ancestor realm. That's true, but it's still very scary. Moreover, what's Tianyun's limit? How many consecutive victories can he achieve in the end? Everyone guessed in shock that Tianyun wouldn't be able to skip 2 levels and obtain 10 consecutive victories, right? As it turned out, their speculations were coming true. For the 9th match, D Tian Martial Arena sent out a powerful expert who was even stronger than Xiu Ming. However, he was still not a match for Lu Ming. 9 consecutive victories. This caused the elders in the upper echelons of the D Tian Martial Arena to be stunned. This little fellow's strength is not bad. In the future, he might even be able to join the D Tian Divine Guards. We have to pay close attention to it. When the time comes, the credit for the recommendation won't be small. It is still too early for him to join the D Tian Divine Guards. We will have to see how his second martial ancestor bloodline awakens. What we need to do now is to stop his winning streak. Otherwise, us old fellows will suffer a loss. A few old men were discussing among themselves, looking rather distressed. Let number 10 go up. He is the only person who obtained the top 10 numbers with the cultivation of an 8th level martial master. If even he is defeated, there is nothing we can do. Let's do it. Soon, the order was given, and a bare-chested young man in his 20s stepped onto the platform. There was a number 10 tattooed on his face. Number 10? Why is it number 10? Some of the people who knew the inside story of the D Tian Martial Arena cried out in surprise. The death fighters of the D Tian Martial Arena, number 1 to number 10, were usually top-notch experts among the 9th level martial masters. But now, number 10 was a young man in the 8th level martial master realm. Many people understood that this number 10 must be extraordinary. It's an expert. This is more interesting. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. This number 10 did not emit a strong aura, but Lu Ming could faintly sense danger. Kill. Number 10 suddenly let out a loud roar, and a long spear appeared in his hand. In an instant, dozens of spear lights pierced through the air towards Lu Ming. He also uses a spear. Great. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Buzz. The long spear trembled, and it let out a buzzing sound. Similarly, spear lights shot out and engaged in a great battle with number 10. On the 200-meter-long platform, 2 figures of light crisscrossed, and spear lights shot out with a whistling sound. It was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, there were 3 forces on the platform that were constantly bombarding and resisting. This little guy called Tianyun is really shocking. At such a young age, he has already comprehended 2 forces, and both of them have already reached the small success stage. Especially the fire force, it's close to the large success stage. That's right. Number 10's mountain force is also close to the large success stage, similar to Tianyun's fire force. However, Tianyun's wind and fire combination is even stronger. If not for number 10's cultivation being so much stronger than Tianyun's, I'm afraid he would have already lost. In my opinion, it's only a matter of time before he loses. In the upper echelons of the martial arena, a few elders were watching and discussing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and number 10 had exchanged more than 100 moves. Awesome, awesome. Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably bright. The more he fought, the braver he became. On the demon-suppressing spear, the wind and fire force converged, forming a shocking destructive power. In this battle, Lu Ming used all his strength except for his earth-rank martial skill and bloodline. How powerful was Lu Ming now? The battle dragon technique was at the 4th level, and his body was at the peak of the 3rd stage. With the wind and fire force converging, an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm would not be able to take more than a few moves from Lu Ming. From this, one could see how powerful number 10 was. The audience of more than 300,000 held their breaths and stared at the platform, afraid that they would miss the most important scene. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, another 100 moves had passed. Lu Ming became braver and gradually gained the upper hand. A shocking killing intent erupted from number 10's body. Like a wild beast, he was not afraid of death, but he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Bang! After another 100 moves, number 10 was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. He slid a few 100 meters and fell off the platform. Roar! Number 10 growled and wanted to rush to the platform regardless of his injuries. Enough! The referee shouted. Number 10's body trembled and he stopped, fear in his eyes. Tianyun wins this battle. The referee announced. Phew! The audience exhaled. They were too nervous just now and many people held their breaths until their faces turned red. Only now did they let out a long sigh. Then, there was a shocking uproar. More than 300,000 people were talking excitedly. 10 consecutive victories, 2 levels higher. That's terrifying. It hasn't happened in the Burning Sun Empire for at least 500 years. A miracle, a miracle. After today, Tianyun's name will be known all over the world. If Tianyun grows up, he will be as strong as the 6 heroes, or even stronger. I'm witnessing the birth of a miracle. In the crowd, Ming Cheng and his siblings were so agitated that they were trembling all over. On the other hand, the people from the 10 Directions Sword sect were all pale and bloodless. Lu Ming, will you continue with the challenge? Then, this question came to everyone's mind. Fighting 3 levels higher. Moreover, it was not as simple as 3 levels higher. His opponent would not be an ordinary LV9 martial master. He would definitely be stronger than number 10. Would Tianyun continue? Countless people were looking forward to it. This little guy won't really continue, will he? Among the higher-ups, several elders said with a wry smile. If Lu Ming continued to fight, they would lose money. Tianyun, do you want to continue? The referee looked at Lu Ming with a trace of nervousness and speechlessness in his eyes. Chapter 250. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Ming shook his head. I'm not challenging anymore. Lu Ming said. Huh? Everyone was stunned. He's not challenging anymore? Why isn't Tianyun challenging anymore? He clearly won. If he were to challenge someone 3 levels above him, he would be able to get an additional 1 million spirit crystals. Yeah, why isn't he challenging anymore? I'm about to witness history. Countless people were disappointed. Only the judge and a few elders of the D Tian fighting arena were overjoyed. The judge suppressed his joy and said, Tianyun, since that's the case, I'll announce that you've won 10 consecutive victories. Your reward is 1 million spirit crystals. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't challenge anymore because he knew that if he were to show off too much and earn too many spirit crystals from the D Tian fighting arena, it would definitely make the D Tian fighting arena unhappy. Also, if he continued to challenge, he would have to face stronger opponents. In that case, all his trump cards would be exposed. It wasn't wise to expose all his trump cards in front of his enemies. Therefore, he chose to end the challenge. 1 million spirit crystals was enough for now. However, the audience couldn't help but wonder if Lu Ming would win if he continued to challenge and how many consecutive victories he would get. Of course, there was no answer to this. Some people thought that Lu Ming had already used all his strength. If he continued to challenge, he would definitely lose. Therefore, he chose not to challenge anymore. Some people thought that Lu Ming still had some strength left. They didn't know why he chose not to challenge anymore. Everyone had different opinions. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with them. He followed the judge and received his reward of 1 million spirit crystals. Lu Ming left in satisfaction. Of course, Enchanting and his siblings were also there. Big brother Tianyun, you're too powerful. If I were half, no, 1/10 as powerful as you, I would laugh my head off even in my dreams. Ming Peak looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Lu Ming smiled and said, let's go. What do you want to buy? It's my treat today. Really? Ming Peak was overjoyed. Without the slightest hesitation, he dragged Pearl and Enchanting towards the market square. When they arrived at the market, Ming Cheng and his siblings chose from all over the place and spent 5,000 to 6,000 spirit crystals. To Lu Ming, this was nothing. Lu Ming was now a millionaire. Then, he returned to the Star General Hall. At the entrance of Lu Ming's dormitory, he saw Hua Qi waiting there. Hua Qi, were you waiting for me? Lu Ming smiled as he walked over. Lu Ming, you have exceeded my expectations time and time again. Today, you actually managed to achieve 10 consecutive victories, surpassing Qiu Changkong's record. Hua Qi smiled. Of course, Ming Peak ran to Enchanting's place, so there was only Lu Ming here, so he didn't need to worry about what he said. You found out so quickly? Lu Ming was stunned. Almost all of the higher-ups in the imperial capital know about it now. Hua Qi smiled. Lu Ming was speechless. The speed of the news spreading was really terrifying. Lu Ming, my father wants to see you. Hua Qi suddenly said. Your father? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Hua Qi's father, the current emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, wants to see him. Yes, Lu Ming, I didn't hide your information from my father. You won't mind, right? Hua Qi looked at Lu Ming and said. Why would I? Lu Ming smiled. In fact, Lu Ming had already expected this. Since he agreed to help Hua Qi, it was normal for him to tell his father. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't mind, Hua Qi smiled and said, Lu Ming, I have also told my father about your father. During this period of time, my father has sent a large number of people to investigate and there seems to be some progress. What? There's news about my father? Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Lu Ming, don't be happy too early. It seems to be just some progress. Hua Qi said. Let's go and see your father. Lu Ming couldn't wait. Having some information was better than having no information at all. It was better than finding a needle in a haystack. Then, Lu Ming left the Star General Hall and sat on a beast carriage with Hua Qi, heading towards the Imperial Palace. After arriving at the Imperial Palace, Lu Ming followed Hua Qi to the Imperial Garden. When Lu Ming arrived at the Imperial Garden, he saw a middle-aged man with a burly figure, wearing a golden dragon robe, sitting in a pavilion and drinking tea. He was just sitting there casually, but there was an intimidating aura around him. This was the aura of an emperor. Without a doubt, this was the current emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing. Son greets father. Arriving at the pavilion, Hua Qi bowed. This commoner Lu Ming greets your majesty. Lu Ming also cupped his fists in greeting. Nephew Lu Ming, there's no need to be so courteous. Come, have a drink with this emperor. Hua Jingxing was very forthright as he laughed heartily. Lu Ming and Hua Qi entered the pavilion and took a seat. Beside them, the emperor's trusted aide poured tea for Lu Ming and Hua Qi. I've long heard that nephew Lu Ming is a dragon among men, unparalleled in the world. Seeing you today, it's true. Hua Jingxing smiled. Your majesty is too kind. Lu Ming said modestly. Hua Jingxing took a sip of tea and said, Lu Ming, in this period of time, you've created many miracles, but at the same time, you've also offended the 10 Directions Sword sect. From now on, you must be careful. However, since you've already joined the Star General Hall and are old Eight's close friend, this emperor can promise you one thing. As long as it's a competition between peers, no matter what happens, this emperor and the imperial family will definitely stand on your side. Lu Ming's heart moved. Hua Jingxing's words implied that as long as it was a competition between peers, he could do whatever he wanted. The imperial family would definitely stand firmly behind him and protect him. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Although the imperial family had declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With the emperor's promise, Lu Ming did not need to be afraid when encountering disciples of the Ten Directions sword sect in the future. He could directly kill them. If the older generation of the Ten Directions sword sect made a move, the imperial family would definitely step in. This way, Lu Ming had fewer worries. There's more. Hua Jingxing's hand moved, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He said, "Here are the blood refinement pills. There are a total of 4,000 pills." Lu Ming's heart moved. It seemed that the blood ant egg last time had been refined into blood refinement pills. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. This was what he deserved. "Your Majesty, I heard that you know the whereabouts of my father?" At this time, Lu Ming asked. He wanted to ask as soon as he arrived, but he had been holding it in. Now, he finally could not hold it in anymore. Hua Jingxing pondered for a moment and said, "During this period, I've been sending people to investigate. The investigation started 8 or 9 years ago, and finally found some clues. It's very likely that your father was imprisoned by the Ten Directions sword sect for some reason. This is certain. Moreover, it's very likely that your father isn't dead. However, we haven't found out where exactly he is imprisoned yet. Father is really not dead." Lu Ming's heart trembled. Thereafter, he was filled with endless rage. His father was actually imprisoned by the Ten Directions sword sect. Damn it, the Ten Directions sword sect deserves to die.